and we are all confident that in the end we will succeed.
Zalendo mwananchi, kama ni mwananchi mzalendo, doesn't really matter. Yeah, 1 2 1 2 fanikiwa. Yeah. Politics ilitufinya sana, mayouth wakaungana, spur of the moment wemba nyama, government wanatua kinyama, na mabanga wakizidi kutubuk, itakuwa page tana, tutazidi kuandamana, tunataka answers. Why not invest kwa healthcare na nyindo makansa? Nijitibu kwa ma 5 star, ni hizo ma smoke screen, sio tear gas inatuwasha. The masses will reign, hizi tu ni rasha, we were all put in pain, Moscow kama Russia. Here's an open letter, kuna pesa za bahasha, you should read between the lines, slip cocaine after every stanza. Here's an open letter, kuna pesa za bahasha, an open letter on hemp paper. You should read between the lines, sniff cocaine after every stanza. I say it's high time, it's high time. Here's an open letter, kuna pesa za bahasha, an open letter on hemp paper. You should read between the lines, sniff cocaine after every stanza. You know why? Cause in the drug nation, kuwa kingpin no motivation, high fashion. Soweto necklace, Colombia neckties, mnafama lawsuits, situshawa size. You look nice, yini ma misfits but caught in our favor. You look good though, outfits inspired by Charles Taylor. At first mnatuangusha, then mnatubeba, ujinga mkichukulia lightly mambo ya fedha. Na hiyo broad-based ni pyramid scheme. On X you see the specks in my eyes when you log in. After all the killings, kidnappings, blanket statements as if we're kidnapping, but you awoke something. I say, here's an open letter, kuna pesa za bahasha, an open letter on hemp paper. You should read between the lines, sniff cocaine after every stanza. I say it's high time, it's high time. Here's an open letter, kuna pesa za bahasha, an open letter on hemp paper. You should read between the lines, sniff cocaine after every stanza. Pigwa sentence when you full stop. Mau descendants, pigwa coffee with a new crop. This the realest shit I ever wrote. Novel ideas we got, but with the land grabbing, I think we lost the plot. Googie were the Yomo quotes. If they thought poverty for 3 cents, it still couldn't afford. Foundation, the reggae that we rock. Sakamali kama Bob, free me now by dreadlocks. Heavy debt, the elephant in the room. It's evident we need to unmask the goons. IMF doom, I'm from where chain snatchers pass naked exams. No grammar kwa ghetto, just poetry slums. So me I had to wrote one. I say, here's an open letter, kuna pesa za bahasha, an open letter on hemp paper. You should read between the lines, sniff cocaine after every stanza. I say it's high time, it's high time. Here's an open letter, kuna pesa za bahasha, an open letter on hemp paper. You should read between the lines, sniff cocaine after every stanza. Yeah, to whom it may concern, even though I'm concerned. Yeah, nataka kuambia it's sincerely yours, signed by the people. Wananchi wa kawaida jo, soma barua, free the people. Yeah, free the people.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night.
Our radio.
Bana, Born Free, Eli Musa, Truth Records, Kunta. Yeah, we were all born free, live free, die free, my nigga. Yes, Bana, yeah, Eli Musa.
Milango zilifungwa kukaziwa kila pande. From Kiganjo wanakuja ndani ya Rova, tunashikwa na afande. Juu ya Shisha Rifa Chavez, weka woga ndani ya Human Law and Order, picha nyuma ya ile curtain. Ni makila wamevaa plain, eti mayutu zorota wakifungwa wamefichwa na masanse juu ya jina kwa kipande kama pantre walizikwa bila caskets wochomano wanakosa tu kukufa wakiwakishwa tu kinare ile kosa hii mula sasa BBC ni mjane wezi ngorota kaujakula kaujashiba kujifrustrate ni kuota tu na macho asijafungwa badilisha tu machannel tunangoja kutakucha itafika lini ngware ndo kujichocha kutafuta kuzalisha hizi wallet kanibot masuli anguka bate sabu zinapigwa si za budget ndogo ndogo za mogoka na gunduya au maziwa na mkate na zile mboga ya kujuta after judge kupiga mallet no kule tumetoka kuna ushuda za watoto na wajuna na maball zimerukwa after mimba suji sustain kule tumetoka kuna ushuda za matoka kama ufa kwa ukuta kakinuka susafisha hadi mind state kule tumetoka tumengoja kukafunga tumepiga tu mamaile kule tumetoka kuna ushuda za matoka kama ufa kwa ukuta kakinuka susafisha hadi mind state kule tumetoka tumengoja kukafunga tumepiga tu mamaile.
We are oppressed, we are exploited, we are downtrodden, we are denied not only civil rights but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy.
Jobless vibaya, I'm trekking my feet hard Kwezi chote za kana ni kustav na mared na kushikwa ndo kweka bosses in power ili bidi maze slaves wanze vita losses lawama they fallen kwa mchanga ma bridge tumezika forgot any others who were framed kama picha got jailed kama sila protest tukinyanyasa how they govern already wanaibwa ni maconmen hawa wezi hata deliver check it Moses Kajangwa facing maswara the coldest summer waiting for winter prophets uchapa nwangoje imana kila blemish na tiba nadai nisikope msaada staki shem za mashida za rent na kushiba concept ya hustler sikuskuma wheelbarrow cheki I'm making resistance ready with my fist up ini comrade power change ni lazima break hizo mila kwa bonded ni lazima to demonstrate so they free us brave man nigga for the cause and I love dance many bled for Africa the black roses ni parando mana wezi cheki hizo miba no usitoke ki one man hapa sini every and each one ni tusomezi rada daily each one teach one ndo tusikose maana ya revolution wote tuko hapa the brave and the weak hearts join forces kuwaza ndio kubeta maisha hii meda na iminya hawezi hata nielewa nimefinywa nikakueleza ati bombe juu ya hanga they don't get the picture nikakueleza ati bombe juu ya hanga they don't get the picture.
Dealing with the condition itself is not enough, and it is because of our effort toward getting straight to the root that people oftentimes think we're dealing in hate.
Power Radio. Tune in and power up. From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Muziki ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
kushinda managu.
muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu, nasema ni tamu,
Muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
kushinda managu.
muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu, muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu, tamu, kushinda managu, nasema ni tamu,
Muziki ni tamu,
kushinda manana,
kushinda managu.
muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. So, my name is Kainamix and this is Liz. She'll be helping me with the vocals. Na hii ni playlist yetu ambayo nilitengeza tu nikiwa na yeye. I hope you're going to enjoy as we have in this session. nilipatiana. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Mina fanto mama. Mina fanto mama. Every day, every day, every day, every day, mina fanto mama. Every day, every day, every day, every day, mina fanto mama. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Nyungu nilipatiana.
Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana.
Sufuria imetoboka. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Nyungu nilipatiana.
Na nyungu
Yangu nilipatiana.
Power Radio. Tune in and power up.
See, I see. As you come, tell you now. Baba Taifa. Embakasi 33. Tumezoea kupigwa ngeta na mkono wa sheria. Tumia Bible kama makeup ya kujifunikia. Usipohonga unanyonga, ukibonga unabondo, ikisonga unafungwa, unanyimwa bona. Majudge conman uspo kwa stronger wataku nyonga judge shit no longer than a few was too many kidnaps. Lakini yetu koti milimani when the victim utashtakiwa milimani. Akilimani kuku filisisha watakunyongea kilimani. I can't breathe wameninyongea kitanda. I can't sleep and so I can't dream. Na eviction notice ina come next week. Unashinda na pressure plus walikusensa. Neba ni spy na bunduki silencer. My mind daughter when I'm tupienga magesture. Swezi food bills kiatu yangu imeisha texture. Swezi food bills kiatu yangu imeisha texture. Swezi food bills kiatu imeisha ma texture. Article 43 Article 35 Article 37 Article 43 Article 43 Article 35 Article 37 Article 43 Informed voter ako rada ya katiba. Right to assembly kuchoranga petition na kudemo. But anadematiagas kutoka kwa uniform na uninformed officer. Kuna tips za overtime juu ana follow to orders. Akibreak law na kukos disorder na kimbizana na protesta na bandera. Placard na yeye na rungu bunduki na tiagas akidistract na kudisperse raia. Amechoka na injustice kwa corridors za justice juu apati right yake but mangumi mkono kwa pingu wakistruggle kustrango shingo yake. Mshipa imevimba, hii feeling si geni juu wamezoea. Wanamnyonga, wanatunyonga. Article 43 wanatunyonga, Article 35 wanatunyonga, Article 37 wanatunyonga, Article 43 wanatunyonga, Article 43 wanatunyonga, Article 35 wanatunyonga, Article 37 wanatunyonga, Article 43. So kulingana na Article 37, kila Mkenya kuna right ya kuassemble, kudemonstrate, kupicket na kupetition. Lakini tunajua ase bana, ase watakunyonga hata ukijaribu bana. Yani constitution imetukava, lakini hao ndio cover ka elective mathematics.
Power Radio. Tune in and power up.
Have you seen her? A shadow of what she used to be. If only you could treat her like she was your one and only queen. You tear her down, beat her down behind closed doors, and nobody knows. Still she stays up in you and being true, with so much to lose. Hey.
Kwa tu na masaibu ya kuchapwa na bwana, linidunga na chupa kwa macho, amenipiga na mawe.
Happy is a 5-letter word. Yeah. This is something she never heard before. Happy is a 5-letter word. Yeah. This is something she never heard before. Yeah.
Walinichukua.
Happy is a 5-letter word. Yeah. This is something she never heard before. Happy is a 5-letter word. Yeah. This is something she never heard before. Yeah.
Kwanza kunipiga.
Tulimpenda kwa nataka kushow reality. Probability ya kuonyesha walikuwa na unit kufika hata 50. Hakuna day alikosa dent. Daily akipiga nduru alichanganya ma residence evidence. Ilionekana kwa sura venye alikuwa amefura, lakini akazidi kumongeza chance. Negativity kafanya mpaka kosa unity. Insecurity kafanya kwa disability. Community ilishanga sana tulimpe opportunity ya kuendelea kuishi na bila kuambia security. This is a message to all the ladies who are struggling in a relationship. You have a right to decide whether to continue or to quit. Don't accept to be like a sheep. The same guy, the same bed, beating every day. You struggle to be the best wife and you never see the best thing. Step aside and say no way.
Na wakanirep, hata nilikuwa na ball, ikatoka.
Happy is a 5-letter word. Yeah. This is something she never heard before. Happy is a 5-letter word. Yeah. This is something she never heard before. Yeah. Happy is a 5-letter word. Yeah. This is something she never heard before. Happy is a 5-letter word. Yeah. This is something she never heard before. Yeah. Your eyes, your cheek, always has a black spot every day when you sleep. Nothing to look out for behind closed doors. You cry, yeah. In front of your folks, you smile, yeah. You never speak out, so your friends say your boss. Happy is a 5-letter word you never heard. You cry every day, but your man doesn't care just because he provides the daily bread, yeah.
Artist
celebrations. And on a music.
Lakini ningetaka kuwa na mwanaume mwingine nikae na yeye. Lakini bado sijapata, wananiambianga mimi sioni, mimi ni kipofu.
My boys please. Chenchini na moto.
Power Radio. Tune in and power up.
Rada safi. On Power Radio. Tune in and power up. Oh, by the way, nilikuwa nimeanza kufanya rehearsal. Sasa hiyo ndio shida. Hata unajua hata music festival tukienda tulikuwa tunafanya ngatizi. Uko fiti lakini?
Niko poa.
Yeah.
Slogan leo ni our rights, our future.
Right now.
Kasi sasa ni sasa.
Kama si sasa ni sasa hivi.
Bana na leo ni siku gani bana?
Leo ni International Human Rights Day celebration, my friend. It's one of the days when we observe human rights. Like ni kama leo ndio Christmas ya human rights. If I can put it in the best way, I think ni hivyo. Yeah, so ndio end ya party, ndio new year, ndio birthday, ndio reflections. Yes, and we can say we have had a very eventful year in our country when it comes to matters human rights. Hii mwaka tumekaona.
Hii mwaka yenyewe human rights. Activists wamefanya kazi, activists wamefanya job.
Lakini mimi
Human rights violations zimekuwa mingi.
Zimekuwa mob, but kwangu yani naweza sema naona ni kama we are on a winning streak.
Yeah,
we are on a winning streak. Yes, we are not there yet.
But we are on the way.
Lakini manze nikiangalia tu hiyo njia vile imekuwa.
Bora uko kwa hiyo path.
Bora tuko kwa hiyo njia tu.
Bana hata corona mwisho ni huko lakini uko kwa hiyo njia.
Hiyo but really like tukiangalia like where the year began, then media tukakuja tukaona mambo na agitation. We saw human rights violations, but the one thing that gave me hope through that si juu zilisolviwa, ni juu their voices were not silenced. And for those of us who remained, the push is on, the discussions are ongoing. We have been going to so many events. I think this year has had an outburst of human rights events, and even to the point where people are doing civic education online. I must say this is one of the best times to be alive in this country. Yes, sir.
16 days ago.
Yeah, man.
Tunafanya awareness.
Yeah, man.
Advocacy.
Yeah, tumeongea sana about mambo ya
Yes. Imekuwa mostly na stories za GBV.
Yes.
Which is one of human rights violations that are very bad in this country.
Kabisa. And pia imekuwa another year by the way along that nini, because
especially after kwanza COVID. GBV imekuja kwa
yeah, GBV, let's say domestic relations generally zilikuwa strained sana around COVID.
Yeah.
But sijui nini li happen hii mwaka where we've seen like an outburst of femicide. I don't know, but the other thing that also gives me hope is that hata with the nene, even with the many incidences of femicide, we have also had a lot of activism around it. We have also seen a lot of marches. Juzi tulikuwa na jamaa wanaitwaje, social justice centers walikuwa wamefanya nini. Like we've seen a lot of marches, but still at the same time, because these things keep on happening, hakuna kulegeza, ni tunaendelea tu kukazi hapo. We have to keep that that vigilance.
Comrade Musaba, DJ
CJ in the house. Yeah.
Station hapa si waambiaje.
Tune in and power up.
Tumeambia kuna shughuli leo hapa National Museum of Kenya.
Yes sir.
Na iko saa mpaka jioni.
Yeah.
Shughuli ni free.
Yeah.
Kuja tujibambe tubonge.
Kuna ngoma,
kuna panel discussions, kuna exhibition.
Yes.
Tuwatuji hapa mbio na program ya saa 4 mpaka saa 7.
Yes sir.
And everybody is welcome.
Yes sir.
Hakuna mtu atakufanisha hapo kwa gate.
Yeah, kabisa.
So inaona ni arrival of guests, mkiangalia vizuri yenyewe swali kiingia.
Kabisa. Huku nimecheki wazing.
Na hii session ya asubuhi kutoka saa 4 mpaka saa 7.
Yeah man.
Itakuwa led by Missing Voices Coalition.
Yes sir.
Inamekuwa natufuatilia mnakumbuka interview Morris Odhiambo.
Yeah man.
Javan the Poet.
Yeah man.
Hiyo ndio ile jeshi ya Missing Voices.
Yeah.
Inawajua Missing Voices wanadiliki na wale wana abductions.
Yes.
And forced disappearances.
Yes.
Tulikuwa na very long talk about hiyo.
Kando
na facilitating morning session.
Yes sir.
Ukiangalia sasa kunaendelea patriotic songs.
Yeah man.
Alafu civil society human rights exhibition, information and materials.
Yeah man.
Hizi ziko hapa nje.
Kuna exhibition iko hapa nje, kuna mapicha kibao.
Hapa za protest.
Yes sir.
Alafu tutakuwa na Missing Voices box.
Yeah man.
Alafu stories from victims and survivors of human rights violations. Kwanza istaki kupata.
Hiyo inakuanga na story bro. Inakuanga na story and you see the other thing that I also have to celebrate is that in this country at least we have those spaces. Yaani tuko na hiyo space, yani msee aliviolatiwa lakini anaweza tokea akaiongea in public na bado akakuwa safe. By the way, let us not assume our neighbors don't have these privileges. Yeah man. Hey.
Sisi ndo hatujatembea
na
vile tuko na uhuru.
At least to appreciate. Man. Ndio sababu nasemaje? We are not there. We are not there. Lakini to appreciate kale ka space at least tuko way ahead. Lakini kuna kitu kingine pia Museveni anasemanga. There's no point of me being taller than you if we are both midgets. Yeah.
Muni kwa mbali sana.
Kweli.
But as long as kako ka rocket kwa kuyo trajectory.
Bas.
Hawananga.
Hakuna pressure. Siku moja itafika.
Bora iko nje trajectory.
True. Yeah man.
Tutakuwa na entertainment by activist anaitwa Mufasa.
Yeah man.
Sana.
Kabisa.
Alafu tutakuwa na entertainment ya social justice centers traveling theater.
Hiyo nyingine siwezi taka kumiss.
Leo ni kujibamba. Ni Christmas yetu imekam.
Alafu usai kusikia nani. By the way, all music today is being performed live.
Tuko na
Gravity band in the house my friend.
Wewe unataka kusikia na Gravity leo mtaani hapo. But pia tukiendelea kujibamba.
Yeah man.
Kusahau pia wale mafole soldier.
Manze.
Walimatwa kwa Istanbul.
Yeah man.
Familia zao. Ndio struggle ile in vain.
Kabisa.
Tabia fruit.
Yeah. However slow, the birth of many countries and many good ideas, unfortunately, because you see, change change always comes to replace another way of life. And kwenye hiyo process ya change kuna wase hawaionangi, wanataka lazima change, kila mse resist. Juu pia unakuja kudislodge mse mwenye ameshikilia instruments of power hiyo time. You see, at the end of the day, politics, as I always say, is just a competition about who will be controlling resources. So anyone, when they feel like tunauliza human rights, anaona mna threaten position yake.
But tunajua tu human rights, you have to brush shoulders za watu wengine in the wrong way.
Always.
Because it's the right thing to do.
Alafu at the same time, you will find that mostly your interaction with the main society, on the side of the people, a human rights defender is always on the people's side.
Yeah, the voice of the people.
So that means if you are going to brush shoulders with anyone else, it will be the ruling class.
Yeah, not the people.
It will not be the people. Sijai on human rights defender anabishana na nini.
Kuna a lot of si tunaangalia from the point of governance. Kuna a lot of human rights violations. Sema tuingie mtaani kama story ya GBV.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be the ruling class. Inaweza kuwa tu ni wao neighbor wako, the people.
Yes.
But in terms of governance, yenyewe hapo
you know, that's actually, thank you for that correction, because most of the times when we talk about human rights, the most visible human rights communication that many people see ni maandamano. It will basically be people who are agitating to do with governance issues. So when people hear human rights, hata hatufikiriangi story za GBV, hatufikiriangi story kama MyFGM.
Hata kuna vitu zingine kama article 43.
Yeah.
Hii ni social service.
Yes. Yeah.
Kuna housing,
yeah.
kuna good education, kuna food. Hizi kama basic needs.
Yes.
Bado hizo ni human rights zenye tunafaa kuwa nazo.
Exactly.
Kwa sababu you don't have good housing.
Yeah.
Unajua tu matendo za ghetto. That's a human rights violation.
Yeah, man.
Kama mjuni aende shule.
Yeah.
Shule ni free.
Yes.
Unaona? Hizo bado ni human rights violation.
Aya, kama saizi tuko kwa a season where the government brought in this new financing model for the universities. Yeah. And for me, I was just looking at it from a point of view of these guys are just avoiding change.
Yeah.
And then I watched Okiya Mutata's interview where now he talked about it from a rights point of view.
Yes.
Anasemaje? There is no right to free education. There is no right to affordable education. There is right to education. So anything else hapa katikati unafanya yenye inahinda mtu kuaccess hiyo education, you are violating their rights.
Sasa hapo zinakuanga connected. Sasa hapo ndo tunaenda kwa governance.
Yes.
Inahinda sasa.
Ndio huyo.
Ni huo minister.
Exactly.
Ni ama administrator.
Hata see how basically actually it's parliament actually, because parliament are the ones who passed this policy. So now from there sasa sometimes you see even a policy that is good can also be violated from the point of view of implementation.
Really.
So for me it's just one day that I must say ni sikufiti yani ku even coexist in this space where we are getting a convergence of wase wenye wanatetea tu hii nchi tu ikuwe tu better. You know, there's nothing better than that. Like
makombe unajisikiza unaongezeka day in day out. Watu wali lose their fear.
Alafu sijui kama ume notice pia, and also borrowing from where we were doing Kenya ni mimi. The most exciting thing for me is the age group that is coming into this comradeship.
Tunakwambia ni watu wanaongezeka day.
Manze.
Young people.
Yeah.
Wenye sasa wako interested in governance.
Kabisa.
Nini na public funds na wanauliza kwa uzuri.
Sisi
ile maandamano za baba watu sasa wanapigana mental warfare.
Yeah. Actually hata leo kuna match. Leo kuna match tu. Ilikuwa for the fallen soldiers ama ilikuwa historia ya femicide? Femicide, yeah, it's being done by Kenya ni mimi.
Alafu wakati kuna mapartners naona hapa hivi nikiangalia. Kwanza tuanze na Power Radio in the house. Nyambani kama kawa.
Yeah man.
Kuna social justice movement Nyambani.
Kabisa.
Kuna International Justice Mission.
IJM, Amnesty International, United Nation Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner. Yani ndio ambassador wa United Nations. Yani. That's how big it is. Then there's Kenya National Commission of Human Rights. Kuna missing voices in the house. Gravity Band in the house. University of Nairobi.
Gender and Equality Commission.
Yes. Huku kuna watu wengi huku.
Kuna activista.
Oh, by the way, and the keynote speech will be done by the Attorney General.
Bana.
Yeah, so
but nipo hapo na yani watu wako kwa hii space ya civil society.
Yes.
Pia tunakaa kikao moja na watu wa serikali.
You know,
na turushiani maneno.
Yes, you know that is the other surprising thing because I don't know, and let me talk to this point from a point of what I see, especially in the bloggers. Ukiangalia bloggers vile uwaga wana to treat, especially sisi human rights defenders online. They think we are anti-government, and I always tell them we are not anti-government. We are pro-good governance. So the only problem that it is that is itching you about us is because you are incubating bad governance. Ndio sababu inawauma.
Alafu pia kwa gava pia kuna wase wako tu kazi. Deep down umseniko. Anajua tu. Ni wengi sana.
Kutoka
za mdogo.
Yeah.
Kwa hiyo point yani venye umesema tuko hapo bro.
Alafu unajua
tuki mwaka moja tu hii.
Yeah.
Sasa hizo siku zingine hakuja kuwa na effort, lakini mwaka kuna vile kulikuwa na hiyo.
Unajua kuna ile kuna kitabu ya jamaa fulani anaitwa I think ni Robert Greene. Robert Greene is the guy who wrote 48 Laws of Power. Kuna kitabu yake inaitwa The Tipping Point. Anakushow vile ideas zinaweza kuwa mumezingangana nazo, lakini kuna kitu nakujanga kufika mahali inafika time fulani ya an idea yenye lazima hiyo time, and that is the point where like hata even kwa msanii unasikianga huyu alitokea wapi? Msanii amefanya kazi 20 years
bana, overnight.
Unadhani ni overnight success? So this year I think in terms of human rights and like a revival of the activism spirit, I find this year to have been that year that had that tipping point at a national level, to the point we made international news. Hakuna msee hakujua Kenya kuna kitu inaendelea. By the way, kuna nchi ziligeuzwa juu yetu. Bangladesh today they
ile kwa ni zile kalenda za Chinese. Ndio ni the year of the awakening.
Bas.
Nataka turudi kwa mangoma kidogo hapo.
Yes sir.
Najua story ya 16 days of activism inaisha leo.
Yeah man.
Na story ya femicide leo nimesikia kuna match.
Yes.
Tumetoka kusikia ngoma inaitwa Unbreakable.
Ni
Dandora Music na Waidera.
Yeah man.
Wale wanasema happy is a 5-letter word.
That should never heard.
Bana umesikia hapo mdomo kwenye anasema tutapiga nini. So the next song inaitwa playlist.
Yeah man.
Imetoka Olepolo Social Justice Center. Femicide ya Black People Music.
Yeah man.
Ngoma tatu moto.
Yes sir.
Alafu kirudi.
Yes sir.
Tutajua kata bwana magest.
Magest hapa kibao. Leo nataka to get my guest as many as possible.
Bana makomrade wako hapa. Leo ni Comrade Power.
Comrade Power kwa wingi hapa. Yeah man.
Bana. Usahau, this is a special edition ya
Gift of God.
Gift of God. Leo ni World Human Rights Day.
Yes sir.
Tunacommemorate in style tuko National Museums of Kenya, show ni free. Kujeni tuko na hivi nitangwa Patriots Parade.
Yeah man.
Comrade Power.
Yeah man.
Sahau Power Radio ndani ya mbanyu.
Yeah.
Hapa tusemaje?
Tune in and power up.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Sarah Ndonge was 20 years old when she was stopped by her boyfriend in March. He fled the scene immediately after. Her mother says police have failed to find him.
Switching gears here, and cases of killings continued to rise with police in Car West in Kasarani Sub-County.
Nasimama hapa leo, kasauti ya rembo wote wamelazwa kwa grao, wanaishi na hofu wa kupitia tao, maana siku hizi kila sunrise, kuna dem sunset yake ni too soon, ni surprise. Alitua Faith, lakini mtu wake hakuwa na imani na yeye, akona heri ya mtoboe ya mtume, society likakando, silent kachozi kidrop kwa maji, hadi time ya burial, time victim ashai kwa serial, next day alikuwa kwa gazeti, na mneti tukachachisha C80, lakini after siku kadha alikuwa memory, amebaki kwa statistic. Another femicide story. Femicide neno la kimombo limeleta kizunguzungu, imebeba uchungu, imejaa maumivu, lakini serikali imeka kimya ama alwachia waje Mungu. Zaidi ya mara moja tumekuwa street na placards juju ka nguvu za giza, lakini judiciary ukuwaga slowest. Before taanze kazi wanadai kurest, ama mnangoja zifike vifo ngapi ndo madha kome semesani kweli tunajali, na wanawake bungeni rada gani ajibu hizi hali, mpaka iwe ni moja wao ndo tutapata rally. For silence yo neutral ni betrayal. The rising cases of murders, lakini hawezi tuwa sote, maelfu zaidi tuko ready kupigania haki ile ile. Kuna ngeusa alitoka asubuhi na hakurudi at night, juu kuna falaha kuona life yake ikiwa right. Hisi vita wanawake pekee, pia we brother father tushikilie bega, sauti kwa wingi kuwe mega, tuseme kwa nguvu. Ni time ya kuend femicide sasa, maana mwanamke amebeba maisha uzima. Mbona wewe umzime atijua alikuwa zako para, sa hata hizi pita chom bila kuchungulia, juu kuna mse alimdishia walai mali nitakushikia. Justice safety ndo tunadai kwa maimpress wetu wote, message yene kwote, juu nika kuna pandemic ya kumada wanawake na kuachana majeraha kuwa nyuma raha. Kwa hivyo msinyamaze, msipige magoti, sako kwa bako kila street hii nchi, tuonyeshe ni time to end this mistreating. Alafu wa police nikaona kuwaga missing, hizi incidents zikiwa life happening. And what's more saddening is the ones we love that hurt us most. Mkimita alikuwa na love most, ma romantic getaway hapa na pale ana host, anazoesha ngeus maisha ya kiposh, alafu anageuka boxing champion. Ni videvu to oblivion, tuli silent voice of reason. No mothers are paying for it, something must be amiss. Chukila place na angalia ni mutilated bodies ya ama misses, then tunaenda kuwa judge ati walikuwa ma mistress. So akituonesha signs of distress, tulikuwa too distracted na vitu wasituhusu. DCI usema wata investigate but then hawafanyagi kitu.
Power Radio. Tune in and power up.
Waza bana rada yo.
Rada safi.
Special edition hapa ya World Human Rights Day.
Yes sir.
This is Power Radio, your number one online radio station hapa sikwambiaje.
Tune in and power up.
Wagwan, I'm your main man Elijah Moz alongside the other main man
DJ CJ in the house.
Na mimi nawaambiaga.
Yay.
Si tunadilingi na wale wase. Tumemshikiwa leo. Ndani ya nyumba tuko na mzito hapa.
Yeah, man.
Ni radio personality.
Yeah.
Ni human rights defender.
Yes sir.
No msali nifunzanga sheng mingi sana. Karibu buda, hebu introduce.
Yeah man, I just want to say greetings. Na kwa wale ma comrade, I want to say viva comrades.
Viva comrade, viva.
Mi kwa majina najulikana kama Edgar Ogutu, yale majina ya kitambulisho.
Alright.
Yale walinipea. But struggle ikani baptize, ikanita jina kizalendo, ikanita liberator.
Wagwan.
Yeah man.
Unakuwa gapi bro?
So mi ni radio presenter pale Vigeto Radio, founder wa Sheng News in Kenya.
Yes.
Right.
And pia mi ndio wagana host for the past 10 years, the only social justice and human rights and ecological justice show. I think in Kenya ama in kwa hiyo space tuko. But again, I'm also a co-founder of the social justice movement together with other comrades that najua
as a whole ama kuna ile center.
As a whole. Tulianza as a whole, tulianza movement. Tulikuwa mimi na jamaa yetu
Gasheke na mjua.
Na tukapata mentorship fiti sana kutoka kwa bunge la mwananchi kwanza, tulileta bunge. Sasa tukaenda Mathare. Tukaanza kupatanaga, tukasema hizi people's conversations zinafaa zikuwe decentralized, zirudi mtaani.
Kweli.
So njia moja kwanza social justice movement ilikuwa ni kutoa ngomzo wa bunge la mwananchi CBD. Kila mtu arudi kwao, aweze kupeana political education mahali wanatoka.
Kweli.
So by then I was the youth chairman for Kasarani constituency. Na sasa unaona Kasarani hiyo time ilikuwa big, ndio ilikuja kagawanyo kutoka Karubangi, Roysambu na other part. Na kulikuwa na starehe. Na tulikuwa kwa organizing before social justice, tulikuwa tumeanza political forum kwa jitaga social congress. So our aim was kuputwa say within political thematics, tuweze kukuwa na kongamano za wananchi mtaani, so that wasiweze kujibonga. Na by then tukianza hizo story pia kulikuwa political temperature ilikuwa juu sana.
Hiyo ni mwaka gani by the way?
Me this is my 28th year in the struggle.
Nasema, so the time that
ilikuwa kwanza 204.
Around 204.
Hiyo ndo social justice inaanza.
So now this
social
is
justice na ilianza 2000 kwa sababu unachiki social justice ikianza if naweza tuta say back especially wale wanatoka area za Magero kama Mathare. Naweza tuta kuambia hiyo time unapata nini ilikuwa juu sana, level ya land grabbing ya public playing grounds ilikuwa juu sana. Alafu pia unacheki extrajudicial killings ilikuwa juu sana na mob injustice zima vijana kunyurio na raia ilikuwa juu sana. Alafu pia visavi tukaanzisha movement ingine hapo ilikuwa jita walk against crime.
Okay.
Na surprisingly hiyo ndio ilirudisha Sabasaba days zilikuwa zimeisha. Zilikuwa zinafanyika
the march for our lives.
Sasa kabla march for our lives in 206 tukaorganize 209 tukaorganize Sabasaba march against crime. Na wase tulikuwa na Staken ilikuwa maanisha starehe Kasarani. So tukaanza ka movement hapo na washeke na wale makomrade walikuwa naweza kumbuka kina Rafael Obonyo wase wa coach wase huko Hawasoweto watu na huko ni miaka so kwa sababu unapata hiyo time kulikuwa na uhasama imeanza kuingia. Sasa mayouth nia yao ilikuwa ni kunyuria kama manjege makarao na masoja. So masoja wengi sana walikuwa dunga maopini hizo area za hapo vyo Bonde Mathare nini. So tukaona ni aje nini tunaweza fanya tukuwe na
masoja wa mob. Kwani walikuwa wanaingilia
wanakujaga wango huko chini.
So wanaingianga shughuli ya raia.
So wanapigaga mudi huko chini. Sasa walikuwa na nyamela wakitoka huko ni juu wasi walikuwa na madongo sana na.
Time wametewewa. Wanawakuta.
Inakuwa ni mambo tena so tukaona azizi kwa sababu soja at the end of the day ni boy wa mtali and recruitment akawai. Si government manufactured. Ni msetu wa mtaa so tukaona ni fiti sana tuweze kuwa na uwiano and then pia cases mingi zilikuwa GBV ilikuwa juu
bana.
Human trafficking ilikuwa juu unaona.
So kusema human trafficking unamaanisha nini?
So the when religion struggle mimi nimegrow ya system ya my son religion Mathare Youth Sports Association ikiwa 10 years.
Wewe footballer?
Mimi footballer nimecheza Mathare United na bado mimi ni former executive council chairman wa Maisa.
Okay.
So nikiwa hapo tukaona kuna gap. So tuka introduce program ya child labor na kustop child trafficking. Hiyo human trafficking ilikuwa juu sana. Unapata watu hiyo wanatolewa Somo, wanatolewa Ethiopia, wanatolewa wapi unaona wanakuja kufanyishwa umboch badala mtende chuo ako 12 years akuja kufanyishwa umboch kwa hizi mitaa nini unaona.
Na hiyo ilikuwa ni ngori ya Mathare ama story hiyo nimesikianga sana K.
Iko K kwa Mathare ilikuwa Isili.
Wait. K tuanze hapo hiyo ndio
Kiamaiko.
Yaani ndio wapi kuuliza.
Nikisikia story ya trafficking Kiamaiko. Najua inakuwa ngori mali kuna wa Somali na wa Ethiopia. Sijui kwa nini inakuwa hivyo.
Na wa Sudan. Acha nikwambie by then ilikuwa vice versa, ilikuwa huko home. Unapata wewe unataka utoe mtu wa brother yako ocha. Anko yako ocha ni unamdanganya unakuja kupeleka mtu hicho. Unakuja unageuza mtu hii mbocha hapa. Mtaani unaona. By then ilikuwa vice versa, ilikuwa noma sana huko kwetu.
By the way, do you know the funny thing is kwa setup yetu as Kenyans we have kind of normalized that.
Very
actually hatuionangi ni kama ni issue.
By the way DJ wacha kushow unajua alafu unajua ni nani unajua normalization iko wapi iko kwa special need children, orphans and vulnerable children. Those kids used to go through a lot unaona.
And I think still
ukiwa mshahada una imagine kuja Nairobi atakamkishipo
manzi ile life sana unaanga kwa TV unajua basi
na wewe mwenye umemleta unaona unamsaidia ndio. Unajua mwenye amemleta pia anaona anamsaidia. Unajua mimi sikuwa nafikiria hiyo ni naweza ita. Sikuwa nafikiria naweza ita human trafficking.
Sasa tukianzisha child labor tuanze hapo. Alafu pia nikiwa bado Maisa nikaanzishaga program nyingine ya sports for kids with disability. Sasa nikiwa hapo kwa kuja mlami fulani aliletwa na coaches Francis Kemanzi. Sasa tukaanza kupiga home to home survey. Sawa. Unapata wale watu wamefungiwa kwa nyumba. Ile stigma caregivers na wazazi wanatembea nayo. kasema maybe sports can be an avenue of creating some advocacy around the conversation. By then nilikuwa bado young, nilikuwa around 16 17 years. But bado nilikuwa sasa nilikuwa nimepiga executive chairman wa Maisa for 1 year. Sasa nilikuwa nimesimamia sports and community development. Naona kaanzishaga hiyo tukaona survey ilikuwa big sana ereza Mathare. Kwanza nilikuwa naendaga pale Mathare Special School kwa la grow your area. Hakuna special school sijui in Nairobi. Nimetembea zote na hii ni history like 15 years ago. Sasa sijui the condition iko aje. But me revisit tu nikipata time. But it was a sad situation. So tukaona there's a need kwanza ku create there's a lot of social injustices. Kwa sababu wakati msana kwa maji, that's a social injustice. Wakati mtu yana kwa education, that's a social injustice. Wakati budao mtu ya amemadwa, that's a social injustice. Kwa sababu mnamada budao mtu hii na seti ni sahani mmeongezea kwa atakuwa nakula, that's a social injustice. Wakati dem anapigwa vita, wewe kama community unasema amepigwa na mtu wake, hapo huwezi ingililia, that's a social injustice. So tukasema the only way to address it, kwanza kwa kuja msewa power sana sasa. Kwa kuja msemo mwingine wa power sana alikuwa anajiita Dr. Willy Mutunga.
Bana yenyewe ni msapa
ule jamaa na kwa
sasa huyo msee ali-identify potential kwa dogo sana. Nikiwa Maisa, nikiwa executive chairman, nilikuwa chair meeting tunakaa chini na Macharia Njeru who became the first chairperson for IPOA. Was from Maisa. John Gevongo was a board member, still a board member in Mathare Sports Association. Bob Munro and a few other people. And here comes now Willy Mutunga. Ameona potential yetu. By the way, wajuagi Willy Mutunga malala wa coach. Ni msoa mtatu. Unaona? So anajua kusport mtaa, unajua
anaelewa mtaa fiti.
Alafu unajua mtu wa mtaa huwezi mruka. Me by that, let me tell you, says even though naishi tu mtaa, I can't pretend. Si hata nika pretend hivi, mnaweza nichuna hivi mseme huyu si wa mtaa huyu. You know, so nimekuwa hata nikishindangwa Willy Mutunga napendanga kwa nini? Hizi vitu za
na amekuwa kwa space
ground. Na shule msee wa ati mimi nilikuanga
unaona ali-identify akina Raila wakiwa mayut. Unaona? Ame-identify hasa wakiwa mayut. Unaona? Na alianza akina Orengo, akina nani, akina Moite. Alikuwa mayut. Ule buda ni buda amekula miaka kushinda ama buda tuko nao. And of course we appreciate their struggles. Na pia tunaona sahi is very close to Boni. There are other progressives within the space which tuna appreciate. But sasa alikam tukaona anataka kusupport hizo social congress zetu. Unaona? So through by then alikuwa Africa Regional Director for Ford Foundation. So akatushika mkono buda hata ile mentorship kukakaribu na sisi. Hivyo so struggle ikapik, social justice movement ikapik. So tukaanzisha movement ingine ilikuwa jita Unga Revolution. Unga Revolution was in from 2014 hapo. So the agenda was there's no way that preachers wanna preach kwa madinga na there's nobody who's preaching about basic life. There's nobody who's preaching the constitution. There's nobody who's preaching. They're all preaching the Bible. Kulingana na stories za wase wa exist kwa hii reality wase wanaishi nao leo. So tukaanzisha movement ya kupreach kwa matrain, kwa ma3, kupreach mambo ya unga.
So wait, yani you guys were
before Will.
That was like forward thinking. Decades before.
Bana sura sana nikwambia mwanga nimetambua hiyo jeshi ya social justice.
Now I get it. Okay.
Ilikuwa kabifo kidogo. So tukaanzisha movement ikapik. So tukiwa katika harakati ya movement, tukaanzisha movement ingine ajita Kenyans for Tax Justice.
Okay.
Kweli.
Tukaanzisha bado katika hiyo harakati tukaanzisha solidarity ingine ya nini ya isa ina lidiwago na CD ya indigenous people something culture ama something indigenous people's movement hiyo sasa ndio grassroots Coalition for Human Rights Defenders. So na movement zingine, so imekama hivyo mpaka ikashape up ikakuwa social justice. But now one thing tuko humble sana, mi kama mentor na kama co-founder kwa hiyo space. Di sasa hii social justice imekama ikashape up. Social justice ikakama ikaleta space for organic intellectuals, community philosophers, mothers of victims, ecological justice movement. Ikaleta yani imeshape up to occupy land movements. Imekuja ikaleta reincarnation of the Mau Mau, ikaleta Matigari library that inatukumbusha kuhusu the struggles za Mau Mau.
Hiyo ndio iko Mathare.
Matigari library site tunaenda tukiweka in every social justice center and in every community. We want them to document themselves. So to cut a long story short, me, I'm self-educated. I went to school up to class 6 by then. And then I wanted to challenge the status quo of education. Because I really wanted to challenge political science. Like, I don't have to know politics through school. But now I have a honorary degree. I'm a professor in transitional justice education.
Wow, congratulations.
From Makerere University. And also I'm a writer. I'm a orator. I teach also. I'm a social researcher. Radio presenter. And also a senior content producer.
Really?
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mimi niko na tu swali moja. Uliingia kwa radio, umetuambia umekuwa na the only program yenye inaongelea social issues for like 10 years, activism through radio kwako imekuaje? Hiyo ni nataka utupeleke sina rada tuko kwa hiyo space sasa. Atuje kutana mwingine. Imekuaje?
Let's say sasa we have brought the second program that is doing
tunaenda hiyo
that.
njia. Na sisi pia tumekuwa social justice.
No, follow sana Power Radio. Me, I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
In fact, me will consider if I'm not in Ghetto Radio, my next transition will be Power Radio.
It's on the right track.
It's a space that na play. So jani jakuwa rahisi bro. Imekuwa ngumu sana kwa sababu in fact not 10 years, it's 13 years.
Wow.
So when I joined radio, siku join alone. Join a comrade wangu aitwa Garang Mzalendo. John Mulingo Garang. Kutoka hapa Kamkunji Human Rights Network.
Garang ni mwenye anafanyanga Sheng News.
Mimi ndo ufanya Sheng News.
Wewe unafanya
bana.
Tunakuchanua tukikushikisha rada. So hajakuwa easy especially when sasa unataka hold, you want to speak truth. Through the mic, through the mouthpiece of the oppressor. It's not easy. Especially it was constitution, the end of the constitution wakati ilikuwa na shape up. It was not easy. Because tulikuwa pale 2014 hapo 2010 uko 209. In fact nilijoin radio 209. As a volunteer, but unapata those years kwa sababu ya kubonga truth. A lot of like my years nilikuwa naishi in asylum. I used to be a political asylum seeker.
Ulipanga
exile mara mingi kwa sababu system itaki ubonge. Sasa zile wananyakua magrao za bolo mtaani unabonga na sema hizo grao mkinyakua mavijana wanaendelea kudedi.
Ndio sasa wanafaa kwa shughuli ya bola hapo.
Wakati unataja Karamu waji na jina yake by the way ilifika mahali sasa ni kwa activism live ilifika mahali tumeona wasa wamebada mayutu wetu sana unaona. So what we used to do ini before akina Boni wanza kuleta picha mtaani ilikuwa ni production ya nini ya PV sawa. So before hiyo tulikuwa sasa sisi tunaleta picha za wale makara wanaua mavijana wetu. So kiua kijana tunakunyemelea unachukua picha yako tunaenda kubandika mahali watoto wako wanasomeaga shule. Tunaweka hapo tunasema babako your father is a murderer. Unaona tunakuweka. So alafu nikajipata bado kwa history ya post election violence. nikajipata nilikuwa bado youth chairman wa Kasarani constituency. Na nilikuwa najua a lot of truth about the people who were killed in Mathare. Mathare pale hivi kijiji cha Chawa. Na sijui kwa nini hiyo kijiji ilipewa kanisa, sijui kwa nini hakukuundwa memorial center hapo. So more than 300 people walifungiwa kwa ploti wakachomwa, which was very sad. And even by then
that never came on the news.
By then it was on Judge Philip Waki's report and Kriegler report. And I was among the people who were supposed to go and testify in Hague. Because the one who was doing that was my member of parliament by then. Singependa kumention alikuwa Kasarani, ilikuwa imeshika Githurai kirudi hivi mpaka huko KU, unaona. Na pia nilikuwa na witness my colleague alikatwa mkono huko hivyo. Wewe unaweza mtaja, anaitwa DJ Talanta wa Githurai. Mkono aliwekelewa juu nini akaulizwa anataka long sleeve ama half sleeve. So unacheki vitu kama hizo.
Unakumbuka kuna area fulani huko, sasa area 2 wachana na huko Bonde. Kuna gorofa waswali rushangwa kutoka mpaka Ishingi wase.
Hata sahi.
Walikuwa wanatupa kutoka huko juu.
Really?
Yeah. Ilikuwa that bad.
Ilikuwa sad sana. So wakati nilienda sasa exile, nikajoin program fulani hapo Makerere University, Dean of Law. Nikaanzisha transitional justice program. Na transitional justice hapa Kenya japik. Lakini transitional justice,
ukisema transitional justice unamaanisha nini kwenye washikaji?
Inamaanisha hivi. Unacheki victims and survivors of historical violence and perpetrators. Kunafaa kuwa na space that kunaweza kuwa na ngumzo ya truth, justice, reconciliation, reparation, unaona, and forgiveness. On hapo pa reparation ndio bado Kenya tujaiget right.
Reparation ni kulipwa.
Ni kulipa, si kulipwa. Msewenyu hafai kudedi ndio lipwa. Lakini haifai kuwa life yako imesimama juu budako alimadwa.
Na labda ndo alikuanga the breadwinner nini.
Na unapata wase wengi wale walidedi time ya post election violence. Kuna madem najua wanatoka movement ajita the Grace Agenda. Wengi wao walirepiwa na makarao. Sasa watu wao kama 16-17 years. Na watu wa bigi. Unaona majuni walirepiwa na mtu yuko kamza ulisema hii ball sitatoa. Nimehandle situations hizo. So this
the courage that it takes.
Inanida it's a collective space for reflections, for healing and for reparation. Reparation is key kwa sababu maisha ifai kusimama kwa sababu ya human errors, unaona. Na pia culture yetu we don't document ourselves. Unapata kama hapo Mathare hizi space zote. Mathare kuna mpaka Mau Road, but we don't have a Mau library.
But nimeacha kuna kitu hiyo inafunguliwa hapo.
Inafunguliwa lakini it's too late. Hizi vitu if you go, nimeishi Uganda, nimeishi Botswana, nimework na imagine kwa hiyo safari yangu ya exile. Nimework na the Rwanda the apartheid regime in South Africa. Nimework na the genocide. Inajita the Gashasha court. Nimework na that tribunal.
Actually it's very good because hapo kwa hiyo commission I wanted us to compare because I know the one for Rwanda is the most genuine that I know of this continent. But it also took a lot of lessons from the South African one.
The South African one, there's the hapa hivi Botswana, Mozambique,
yes.
You see mpaka wakafanya nini? Walifanya the German government. Wakafanya repatriation of artifacts na wase wao wale walikuwa wamefungiwa huko. Wale sisi hapa hivi Kenya kila mwaka tunasherehekea, tunasema Kimathi aliuliwa every 28. Wacha ni kwa every 18th of February. Wacha niwaambie every 18th of February nafaa kuwa Dedan Kimathi disappearance day. Dedan Kimathi was a case of disappearance.
We can say he was
enforced disappearance.
I think he was the first documented missing voice. In my opinion, documented because kulikuanga na wengi alafu ikuanga ina documentiwa. But
so unataka kuniambia history wanasemanga kaburi yake iko kamiti ni pana.
Kipindi bro.
Kama ingekuwa hapo.
Kama ukizika dogi yako hapa wezi sahau nilizika dogi hapa.
Bana.
Bro hata kule tumezika dogi zetu ushago naweza kupeleka.
Watulete mwili yake madhe. In fact it was very wrong for the president William Ruto to put a red carpet for King Charles here while tunataka mwili yake madhe. It was very wrong.
But you see when you're under the masses of people who you are begging, they make you do stupid things.
No, but we had leaders who stood up against imperialism.
Yeah.
We had Muammar Gaddafi. That I also personally met.
Now, congrats. Thank you that you've met him personally. Do you think we have a leader or an auctioneer?
Auction, the days of auction, zilianza kitambo. Sasa the person who introduced us back to neocolonialism was Kibaki.
Yes.
Unaona? So auction days zilianza your time with Kibaki and Raila.
Yeah.
No, you see, in this political conversation, people should not be undertoned kuongelelea the shortcomings of Raila. Because if Raila wanted this country to change,
he would have.
Inge change kitambo sana.
Would have.
Lakini anytime Kibaki wanted to go and borrow and auction the country to the World Bank, alikuwa abeba Raila as a national collateral.
Tunacheka na ni kitu serious.
Nimekuja hapa na
title deed.
Unaona? Na bado tuko na ikajirepeat na sasa hivi na Ruto pia anacheza hivyo.
Kuna kitu mbona hujasema time ya Moi kulikuwa na neocolonialism? Mama ni juu yako na tuza the highest bidder.
Unacheki Moi kwanza usisahau kuanzia 1984 after the 1982 coup. So tulikabila World Bank and foreign funding for 10 years back in 1994.
Yes.
So if you have grown in my generation, you know what you went through. Me I'm born in the barracks. My father was part of the 82 coup. And even right now, madongo la kuwaga nayo ni ile safaration babangu alikula, ile shida tumelelewa nao mpaka tukaenda kuishi Shantit Madhare huko nini, kutoka kwa jeshi zile vile niliona mamangu akitunzwa hiyo siku ya coup kutoka Mab so hiyo iliniuma sana. So Moi alikabila funding for 10 years. Naona akitufinyilia akitukandami
lakini hakutuuza to the highest bidder. Hiyo ndio difference yake nao wengine, ama what do you mean?
Moi sasa ndio ameendeleza the black capitalism. Wacha nikuambie kitu na hata kama tunasema Zakaya ashuke, Zakaya ashuke kila mahali. Unaona? Zakaya ashuke kila mahali. Zakaya ashuke kwa kanisa, Zakaya ashuke kwa manyumba, Zakaya ashuke kwa landlord, Zakaya ashuke wapi. So Moi aliendeleza unyanyapari. Sasa akageuka the worst land grabber kushinda Kenyatta. Ile fuata nyayo, the philosophy fuata nyayo aliendeleza, lakini akatu brainwash that was nationalism. So akaanzisha from KANU was Kenya National Union sawa. Kenya
nikakujui kadu kulikuwa
sasa Kenya. Sasa unaona akaleta hiyo Kenya nationalism. Kenya nationalism fulani kalitufunga akili, kwa sababu if angegeuzaga Mau movement to be a nationalism, a national ideology of like freedom fighters, ingekuwa fiti sana. So Moi hizo 10 years kaza kunyakua misitu. Kila kitu lazima ingeitwa Moi. Moi University, Moi Road, Moi unga, Moi nini. No. So you see, akafuatele nya Kenyatta kwa sababu kila kitu inaitwa Kenyatta. Hakuna vile Kenya National Airport inafaa kuitwa Jomo Kenyatta Airport.
Exactly.
That was wrong. Hiyo ni kuteka our national values. In fact, the Constitution of Kenya Chapter 10 inafaa kuwa revisited on national values. How do we name our national institutions? How do we build a culture of nationalism? Hatuwezi build a culture of nationalism if it was distorted by the so-called ati the so called unajua sasa sijui ni waita winners ama heroes au wase walitutangulia kwa sababu walikuja wakachukua away our national values na include our national resources.
Yes.
Unaona? Hakuna vile utakuwa na national value bila national resources. So hapo yule kina Moi sasa hiyo fuata nyayo ilikuja katumesa up. Na kwa hiyo 10 years bro. That's where the Kenyan color of poverty was painted.
Kweli.
Wow. Hey, there's a lot of history here.
Hey, Buddha wewe sasa nituanzishe tu lecture.
Wow. Now, kuna hii story ya like your national cohesion. Hapa Kenya tuko na hii commission that never does anything. Hapo kwa hiyo repatriation. Reparation, sorry. Do you think with the current trajectory of our politics na vile tumekuwa tukifanya politics zetu, do you think we will ever get to a point of ever revisiting such?
Kitu ya kwanza wase wanaogopa historia, hapendi kujua ukweli wetu. Watu wataki kujijua, unaona? Na ndio kuweza kuwa na National Reconciliation Commission inafai kuwa na history. Na where we went wrong is when Kibaki akatuwekea Professor Kiplagat, who was ulako kwa history ya Kenya.
Bethwell Kiplagat.
Ulako kwa history ya Kenya as a perpetuator of social historical injustices who killed people in Wagala massacre during Moi's regime. Walikuwa watu wa Moi wa mkono. Alafu namweka pale anakuwa ati yeye ndio commissioner mkuu.
Sifisi ndio anachunga mbuzi.
Bezi. So yo my DJ hapo tulianza kugorong, unaona? Wakati Kenyatta alichukua Tom Mboya akamweka kuwe a labor leader kwa Kenya, na Tom Mboya was very oppressive. Tom Mboya was not progressive as people.
He was a capitalist.
Was a capitalist as people think, unaona? So ndio historia yetu ikamfiti kwa hii story za reconciliation. Lazima tu rewrite our story. Vile sasa unajua sasa nasikia gaibu history ya Kenya kipeanwa juu. Ndio unaonaga it's very easy to sweep a Kenyan story under the carpet. Kwa sababu haizi taka history come out. Sasa saja pia ni anacheza kaya anaendelea tu kuwaondoa wanadedi moja wakituondokea. Lakini usisahau wanadedi na siri mingi sana ya inchi. Unaona vitu mingi sana wase generations zinafaa kujua sasa wametusunda. Unaona? Na that is why tukianzisha social justice movement tulileta organic intellectuals mashinani, study groups, so that we can teach what is not taught in school.
Kwanza sasa hapo ndo nilikuwa naenda kwa story. Umeongea watu hawajui true history. Niliendaga social justice, nikaenda hizo study cells, hizo study groups. Nikafunzwa the true history. Hii history si ile inafunzwa chuo. Sasa hii swali kwako Edgar ndo nakuuliza. Mjuni yako wako chuo. Amambo msendo alikuwa hero ile. Hiyo ndo syllabus. Lakini ukweli mse hakuwa hiyo. Sasa utamfunza gani juu akiandika hiyo ukweli atafail exam.
Kwanza umetaja mjuni yangu, acha tuanzie hapo. Mjuni yangu anaitwa Kunta Kinte.
Mambo bia by that alone the
so
name. So
mwalimu anamuuliza guy, sasa hiki ni kijina kigani uliitwa?
Kwanza hapo. Yule mse identity yake alikuwa Manayo. Anamwambia hivyo.
So unaona sasa me I'm a product of self-education. Me, I don't have any academic curriculums. In fact, journalism that nafanya leo nilifunzwa Maisa. Camera work nilifunzwa Maisa. Tulikuwa na kids journalism club huko. So mimi sikuenda any journalism school. Sipokuwa sasa bidia council pia wanatujali, wanatupeleka hizo refresher nini. Lakini mimi nilikam kwa space as your skill.
Na vile unajielewa.
Na vile unajinawa, unaona? Lakini kuna problem kwa shule. na pia ndio confusion pia inakuja na hizi vitu wanaleta. Academic catastrophes. CBC is an academic catastrophe. 844 was worse. Ilikuwa to prepare kukua men and women of government service.
Working for the man.
Working for the man. But we are yet to build institutions that can build the nation. We still don't have. To build institutions zinaweza heshimu mkulima. Watu bado wajua mkulima ni mshamba watu wajua ni fala. Badala mshamba mjue unde anatulisha. Undo backbone of the economy is the farmer. You see vile system sahi iko. Those people that wanafaa ku understand system most ni those in governance, those who wame study law, wame study political science nini. But those who understand human rights best. But undo bado atamistreat mwalimu kwa street. Undo bado atamistreat daktari ya Kigoma. Unaona? And also we need a system that inaweza produce nationalists who can stand up for the country, not for the politician. Unaona? What do I mean? We need to build citizens that can say no to impunity. I look forward to a day that a policeman will say, no sir, I'm not oppressing sir.
Tutangojea usiku sana. Tutangoja
National values zetu at chapter 10 of the constitution lazima ikuwe revisited sana. Watu iangalie vipoa. Kwa sababu niligundua the August House tumekuwa nazo kama mbili since to promulgate constitution. The August House zijakuwa sana zikifocus on kumake policies on chapter 10. Alafu public participation on chapter 10 is very limited. Awaleti hizi ngumzo kwa raia. Unaona?
Na wacha hivyo saizi ndio wasikia ni hizo ng'ombe zimeanza kusema ati wanataka hata itolewe all together. Public participation to them is an inconvenience. I mean, what kind of people are leading us? But there's something that I wanted to tie to the question that Moza mekuuliza about how your child is uptaking the formal education. Very interesting that you are self-educated, and for me also, I have studied guys who have self-taught themselves. Now, clearly, they tell you like the system is designed. There's a lot of time wastage.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it was designed like that.
On purpose.
There was something in mind that they were producing too many people into the job market while the economy is not yet created to absorb these people. So they created a longer curriculum. And by the way, historically, even from the utacheki, every time they were changing the curriculum, walikuwa naongeza kamwaka.
Do you know where there's a problem? And I was giving a lecture somewhere last week and I was having this conversation. We want to reach to a point that mathematics is taught in Kiswahili. Wafunze hesabu na Kiswahili ndio tupate hesabu yetu wrong, right. Hii ya kizungu tunaipata wrong. Wafunze political science na Kiswahili. Unaona tutoke kwa pia hii masomo yetu iko na nini, it's very foreign. Tunaitaka ije ndio watoto wetu wapate hizi values waweze kuelewa hizi vitu tunaongelelea. Wailete na ile lugha watoto waelewa. Hii kizungu ni mingi sana. Wailete kila kitu na Kiswahili. Funza hesabu na Kiswahili, funza fasihi na Kiswahili, funza political science, funza na Kiswahili.
But now tuna pretend that mtoi wangu akiongea kizungu ndio ameendelea.
Ile tunauliza Kiswahili unasema ni Kiswahili sanifu ama unasema ile lugha mtu anaelewa venye tunabonga sasa. So unajua sasa hivi watu wa sasa yenyewe Sheng ndio their language.
Kwanza umedufiti. Swahili ni lugha ya kitaifa. Lakini nataka kwa confirmia. Mimi nilitranslate katiba na Sheng. Inajiita katiba mtaani.
Hiyo Kiswahili sanifu pia si
katiba mzima, unaona? Katiba mzima mimi nilitranslate na Sheng. Unaona?
Na hiyo tunaipata wapi?
Katiba mtaani iko Geto Radio. Ingia maktaba ya Geto Radio.
Nataka kusoma katiba saa nyingine mpaka unafika mahali una kipengele cha
hiyo story ya kipengele. Unaona?
Ni soft copy ama ni
iko nini, ilikuwa hard copy, but I'll find one to come.
I think we need to
naongea na watu katiba institute tunakuwa nazo huko kwanza huko.
Hata uraia si wanafanya nini?
Hata by then I think uraia na nini ndio alikuwa anapiga hiyo support.
Actually
ilikuwa campaign kwa tunafanya ya ku promulgate. It was now the second anniversary of the constitution.
Yes.
So kitu iko ni ndio ile sera ingie sera ya nchi tuanze kukuwa na ngumzo ya patriotism ya uzalendo lugha na ulimi lazima ikuwe hivyo ndio tuoshe akili za wananchi. Akili za wananchi sasa zimechafuka na kama kuna cha kwanza zinachafua akili za wananchi, the most corrupt language is English.
Okay.
Corruption mingi inachezwa kwa hiyo tukiongelea corruption deals mingi zinafanywa na
Kilami.
Haya, ustaarabu unini ubinadamu utu ubuntu hizo values sasa tukizitaja wasa wanaona kama umeshuka na Mombasa raha asubuhi. Inafaa kwenye lugha za kila siku kwa community.
Ni vitu tujazoea. Bana ndio unakumbuka juzi tulikuwa na msee mwingine tu ametoka TZ. Tulikuwa na very hard time. Ndio nilikuwa nauliza shenga ama ni Kiswahili according to you.
Unaona Kiswahili ya TZ si Kiswahili chetu. Ukisoma ukicheki Kiswahili chetu kinaongelelewa in 38 countries around the world.
Okay.
Sawa. 38 countries na speaking ukianamalika Korea sahi wana adopt kama national language, they're speaking it. Even the Chinese people are speaking it. Unaona German school have a kid in Germany who is going through Swahili. In Berlin there's Wangare Maathai Academy inafunza Swahili. So a lot of countries around the world zina take up Swahili seriously.
That's nice.
Aya, sasa Swahili ya TZ ni ile ya waenga.
Yenyewe ni hiyo si ati ni
ya waenga. Lakini it's good for them na unapata hiyo sasa ina spread to the south. Unaona? Kenda Mozambique, ukienda hivi, ukienda Madagascar, they speak Swahili. So we hope that hii Swahili ya TZ itaongelelewa mpaka countries kama Australia, Cuba na wengine. South Africa speak our Swahili. They are not speaking TZ Swahili.
Okay.
If you kutasikiza Swahili ya South Africa, it's Kenyan Swahili. Why? Kwa sababu when watu walikuwa wanaongelea lugha ya Ubuntu. Ni Mkenya alielewa. TZ Mwalimu Nyerere by then alikuwa anaongelea the Marxist, the Lenin language ya communism. Ujamaa. Na sisi tulikuwa tunaongelea Ubuntu. Mama alikuwa anaongelea Ubuntu, Mwalimu Nyerere alikuwa anaongelea ujamaa, unaona? So si tulielewa hiyo Kiswahili ya South Africa.
So Ubuntu kwa Kiswahili tunaweza sema kwa Kilami tunaweza sema ni socialism ama nini?
No. It is I am because you are socialist ina definition tena tofauti sana kwa hii setup yetu.
But bado sio hiyo ya Nyerere.
Ya Nyerere ni communism.
Ubuntu is more of we are one.
We are one. It's more of I am because we are.
Ile nilikuwa nasikia uko fulani Ubuntu.
Unaona we are one ndio hiyo ujamaa. Ilikuwa tunaweza shikana mbare fulani, community fulani, clan fulani, unaona? It was more of your design. Lakini Ubuntu I am because we are. Ilikuja ikaleta brotherly and sisterly love. Ikaleta bonding between man and ecological existence. Bonding between unajua creation, unaona? Like
so easy more of political structure.
No. Ubuntu is not political. It's more of a naturalist. It's more of a naturalist movement.
We can call it like it's more holistic.
It's
more holistic than just the human interaction alone.
Yes.
Wow.
Maze Liberator jo umefanya sana kwa sana kupitia hapa.
We need to do this.
Hata ijaisha.
Hii ndio tumepiga intro tu.
Bana. Sasa.
Yes.
Nataka unipigie tu story nyingine ya mwisho. Jabaration. Jabaration ni nini? Na inachangiaje kwa historia ya human rights?
By that tuko na movements za Jabaration liberation. So kitu tuli realize the mayouth wako na setups zao zile bezona tuliaga nini that ziko very profiled na shit stem. But ukiingia huko utapata zile ngumzo zinaendelea huko ni very progressive. Ni watu very sharp, very auto, wanaka grabs vitu haraka sana. So tukagundua kwanza hiyo katiba mtaani tukianza concept ilikuwa ni napelekeze katiba mabezi za jaba. Mayouth wana discuss. Ukiingia bezi za jaba mingi utapata kuna hizi crossword walikuwa najaza hawezi kosa biro, hawezi kosa, unaona
watu wanaandika mistari
mistari nini, hawezi kosa hizo ngomzo bezo jaba. So tukaanzisha hiyo ngomzo ya kuleta political education bezo jaba. Tulianzisha pia na bistangu moja, tulianzia kia Michael bistangu moja inaitwa militant
Vosti, big up sana
Vosti sana.
Vosti ni militant, ni msanii.
Hata utakuwaga nao akina militant Mbogi na Mbogi Genje tutakuwaga pia nao na unapata bezo jabo, utapata wasanii sana. Utapata mawakili, utapata students, utapata sisters wetu, utapata bibi ya mtu, utapata nini, bezo jaba ziko na all types, unaona. Lakini tuliona zina laki kitu moja. It's a space for content. Lakini hawana civic education. Unaona? So tukaona we have been giving constitutions kwa hizo mabase. Hiyo katiba mtaani. Kuna hizo simplified versions na printwa na Katiba Institute na wengine. Kuna different human right materials tunawapatia nini. Hapo ndo namitigi ma victims bado. Kama sahi I'm doing a program around mental health. Na unapata mental health affect sana pia wase wako beza jaba, unapata mseme mgonga sasa na otherwise ni kuja beza jaba, maybe anaweza build bonding na ma comrade
unajua.
So tuna move forward tuone kama hii jaba base zinaweza kuwa na nini, zinaweza kuwa ni kama hizi social justice centers ama movement ndio zoache zikuwe purposeful, kwa sababu people who come there tuligundua are people who are in need of ideological clarity.
Kuna fulani na kuaga Bombolulu, sijui kama you are familiar with it.
Bombolulu Mombasa.
Yeah. You are familiar with it?
I've been there.
Ina kwanga complete bunge mpaka iko na speaker.
Hiyo story tunabonga na CJ
Bombolulu dunga unuse.
Yes.
Wacheki Edgar. Kwa nabonga story na Umsengware. Tukisema vile hizi vitu zinafaa kurudi grassroots. Unajua ishatoka kwa boardroom ishabongwa. Na hizo initiative ka hizo tunataka solutions ka hizo juu tunafikirianga vi complex sana, lakini solution iko kwa kitu simple sana.
One thing is that akusema na these are struggles that pia wase wengi walitu mistake. You see the NGOs lazima zikuwe na clarity. Zilileta confusion big sana ndio tuanzisha social justice movement. We are really fed up with the bureaucracy in NGOism.
Yes.
Your language, if you're serving the grassroots masses, you have an interest with the grassroots masses. Unpack yourself, simplify your language, simplify your offices, your systems.
Naende wapi?
Grassroots, unaona?
The same thing tulibonga ya asubuhi. Hiyo ndio tulibonga kwa match tukikao.
Ni kama ulipomekewa mic mali tunataka.
Unajua tulifanyaje? We had this ananom tuka Bonfast Mwangi na wengine wanaweza pick up. Tulikuwa na movement ya peace walk. Tulikuwa na sindo push for peace policy. Na sasa ya this NGOism that wanataka almighty, kwanza NGOs na datu kuambia you are not deputy Jesus. You are not the white you mnataka wase wa grassroots I think you are the white messiahs. No. Even ndo wanafanya shida za watu, they really suspend the problem so that they can continue being in market. This NGO business lazima ishe.
Bado ni business.
Wafanye hivi
bado
kwao ni business. They are here for data mining na to their poor, their sufferer profiteers. They profit from
misery za watu.
Mizizi na kitu wanasahau. Sisi tunadili nao kwa grassroots. Ni machozi ya jana ni mama mjane ni
na nyinyi mnabaki, sisi tunabaki nao hapa, nyinyi mnaburuka.
Hiyo sasa unaona hiyo concept ndio tutaki. So swali umeuliza ni fiti sana na ndio tunaambia NGOs, me I'm not in war with you. Hiyo vita yenyu tulipiga, kuna zile maofisi tulichoma, by then we are very radical, we did what we were supposed to do because mlikuwa mmetuchokesha. But sasa tumeona mmeanza kujirebrand na mnakaa mashinani na kuna sheria inajita Public Benefits Act 2015 that was enacted in 2015. It was the Duale Bill 2015. when he was a leader of majority in parliament.
The government.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yoli ongelelea sana kukatel mambo ya civil society na NGOism.
Yeah.
But sasa mwanaweza kamba constitution ina support power sana.
Yeah.
Ukiangalia chapter 19, chapter 29, article 43.
Yeah.
Hizo zote zinatusupport kwa sababu zinaongelelea article 60, article nini, zile vitu si push right to dignity, right to life, nini hizo vitu zote zile si uongelelea, unaona. Tunataka wapunguze bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Waache kuserve their foreigners, waweke lugha yao na nini na lugha ya shida za watu. Lugha yao na shida za watu zikuwe na connection.
Kweli.
Unaona? Hivyo tu ndio tunataka.
Na hiyo ni work through
community based organizations.
Yes.
Unaona? Work through grassroots mobilizers.
Yes.
Community health strategy.
Yeah.
Community HRDs. Let's go back to community language.
Yes.
Na warudi kwa ground pia.
Warudi kwa ground.
Kama foot soldier.
Unaona? Na watupatie a lot of foreign education, watupatie grassroots education. NGOs wana mambo mingi sana wanaweza funza watu, lakini wanatufunza zaire nyingine.
Kuna zile problems zetu hapa locally.
Apply wakam tu hapa chini watufunze na
I think I like that idea because the one thing that I've always found like from a conceptual disconnect is that these people think that people are poor because they're stupid.
Yeah, kuna difference ya kwa ghetto na ujinga.
We know our problems and we know the solutions. We just don't have the resources. Well, let the resources guide how they are going to be used and track the results. Because I know they are.
No, wacha nikwambie usitulete resources na sheria zako na hizi masharti zako azimit standard za ile shida tunakuja kusolve pale, and that's why unapata ile pesa wanatumia kwa meetings za kuongelelea mambo ya water imetosha kuchimba borehole.
Na hiyo ni sitting allowance,
unaona. So ndio nakwambia Zakayo lazima ashuke mpaka kwa NGO.
Yes.
All these two governments, the formal government and the non-government, the non-governmental, wote wana oppress the people. The NGOs na the the national government, they're all oppressive, unaona. And that's why me na call upon everybody, kila ploti undeni social movement zenyu, social justice movement zenyu kulingana zile shida mnapitia. Kila plot inafai kuwa na social justice movement. Mnakosaga maji, that's a social movement. Inafai muunde. Choenyu sanitation social justice movement inafai unde. Jamaa pigaga bibi daily. Social justice movement inafai inukia hapo. Tusitegemee kwa hiyo plot tu.
Hawatu hiyo waende chuo.
Social justice movement education inukia. Tusililie serikali sana. La nyinyi mnaona hii ni sikio la kufa.
Man. And after all, serikali doesn't bleed. Hiyo shida ni unaishi nayo. Man.
Bana, imekuwa real sana. Comrade.
Man.
Tunataka tuingie kwa mangoma hapo tukiendelea na shughuli. Na wakumbusha tuko National Museums of Kenya. Leo ni World Human Rights Day.
Man.
Tuko hapa na macomrade. Wenye wako mtaani mkam show ni vako. Kuna mtu anakukanjisha. Kuna entertainment na utachanuliwa. Utakutana hadi na mimi nakutana na
kufunzwa Sheng, kuna professor hapa.
Bana, tukaenda kumaliza sasa tukitokanga ndo tuingie muziki. Hebu tupigie ka Sheng news kama moja. Wallahi tutachishia tu kitu.
Mimi nataka tukusema tunakuchanua, nikikushikisha rada. Geto Radio Official Sheng News ndani ya Power Radio. Tukiwa International Human Rights Day, yani siku bigi sana kujua haki za wadhi hapa hivi National Museum. Lakini nikimalizia nataka kusema shukran sana kwenye wazito wote, mashatarez na maariradem kwa keep it locked. Power Radio, tune in
and power
up. Alafu each one must teach one, and change will come, and this world will be a better place for humanity and Mother Nature to coexist.
Oh yes.
Ashasema nida isaimo. Mbona mnaendanga chuo na chuo iko hapa? DJ?
Yes sir.
Tusingia kwa muziki hapo.
Hapo sawa.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
struggling. Kila siku majukumu, we keep on struggling. Kila siku majukumu.
A lot of people on the planet just trying to breathe, trying to make it out of struggle, trying to find a peace. Love is lost in amongst all the wealth of greed. Don't ever listen to the lies that the devil preach. I hold it down for my crew, the SMA team. Fight the power, speak the truth, build your self-esteem. Perth to Kenya, one universal family. Brothers from different mothers but got the same dream. Two sides of the planet but hold the same key that unlocks all the doors to help us live free. Another day in this life for this humanity. Yeah, hip-hop be the voice of our reality. Paulie P and Vioxy got it happening, yeah, until the day that we gone and then we back again. Stay true to your roots and all your real friends. Love is love, one time for this pilgrim.
Ukoloni mambo leo hadi sasa tumefungwa akili. Ukoloni mambo leo hadi sasa tumefungwa akili. We keep on struggling. Kila siku majukumu. We keep on struggling. Kila siku majukumu.
Tamaduni ya hip hop kimsingi ni upendo. Tabia duni to keep off, usnitch ni skendo. Kwa sabuni to wash off, upuzi magendo. Urafiki uzalendo, maneno dhidi ya vitendo. Every journey obviously one's on a single step. Usijali hali seriously, give it a triple check. SMA, DSM, True Records crew. Much respect for the love, I salute to toka Perth, Australia mpaka na Bobby Kenya. VOC na Paulie P, tume drop this tenor. Head side kwa ghetto street, pull up your antenna. Every youth struggling, tuko tat kingeta. Niko macho kila siku, hakuna kudoro. Kumake sense kila shairi, vina na mishororo. Every single scene classic, dopeness I wish it tomorrow. Na kama kuamini skiza huru kwa minyororo.
Ukoloni mambo leo hadi sasa tumefungwa akili. Ukoloni mambo leo hadi sasa tumefungwa akili. We keep on struggling. Kila siku majukumu. We keep on struggling. Kila siku majukumu.
Baddest, Lynchy are the baddest, realest, Deco are the realest, sickest, Telo are the sickest, illest, Jua we are the illest, maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit, talent, daily, napiga practice, gadget, pin, sharp, kakakta, status, sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom, na sita kucheza, make room, na wapa vibes, inanukia fiti perfume, so we can nice add gear, vroom vroom, sing vroom vroom, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gear vroom vroom. Boy, you're not bad, you just fake it. Me no care if a man want hate me. Me no give a fuck if you don't rate me. Real talk says chocha mi simple tukipatana kwa choche usinichoche. Usijifanye mgaza uwezi nitoka. Usifanye nitoe ni kuchanje. Usijione mjanja kuna wabaya. Piga kona ukiniona ushagwaya. Misi dona usiniombe mbao. Naleta disorder wananiona hadi kwao. Napendwa na wakomi, napendwa na mapedi, napendwa na mategi. Warembo na pia pongi, sokopi man nilikuwa mkomi. Nilikuwa pedi nikaritaya sai maombi na live na jajado. Nilikuwa thegi, siko penniless hata kama niko hood. Until the bury us, I wish a nigga cool. You're so hilarious na kuvunja na food tuko shook. Scared to death tukivurugwa kwa bush. Sina time ya kusikiza fairy tale. First of all, uko nyuma kama tail. Legend kwa streets, bigger surveys. Fake niggas wanna die beef, wanna die to speak. Yeah, baddest, Lynchy are the baddest. Realest, Deco are the realest. Sickest, Telo are the sickest. Illest, Jua we are the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily, napiga practice. Gadget, pin, sharp, kakakta, status. Sichochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia can do the vroom vroom. Na sita kucheza, make room. Na wapa vibes, inanukia fiti perfume. So we can nice add gear, vroom vroom. sing vum vum, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gija vum vum. Awa madem na wa replace kasim katizi, maskini mnono ebuka mna jibag. I'm so sick na sioni nkipona, leta weed at nyanya tukiwa pima, vile na roga wanadai ni dumba, daily shuffling na sakanya hibunda. Ni saa ngapi na nini saa mbaya, kafiti ama utafanywa mbaya.
Vibe tamu na kuletea visimpo, msupa wako ngoma yangu anachezesha ringtone. Cheki kako rada ama memeza piriton, wanajua mi madawa mi napendaga easy form. Selected DJ MC itabidi mumeimba, vitu mna play inaka mna tupima. Mini bad boy siskizi Justin Bieber, mkono shingo siva na kupigia matimba.
Baddest, Lynchy at the baddest, realest, Deco at the realest, sickest, Telo at the sickest, illest, Jua we at the illest, maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit, talent, daily, napiga practice, gadget, pini, sharp, kakakta, status, sitochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia kanduthi, vum vum, na sita kucheza, make room, na wapa vibes, inanukia fiti perfume, so we can nice add gear, vum vum, sing vum vum, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gija vum vum.
I mean, you know, as far as school, you know, to me, the board of education, they only work on your memory. You understand? Like, they teach you something in class, they show you something in class, and then they give you a pop quiz at the end of the week to see if you remember that. To me, that's only working one part of your brain.
8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. The system you uphold in Itachi people. The system you uphold in Itachi people. Education ukolonina, wax no aiko. Education ukolonina, wax no aiko. Cause 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0.
Nili hata class, exam siku pass. Watoi wanachapwa kila saa kwenye asyo. It's colonial. What's this prison? That's not how to deliver knowledge. Listen, it's not about a question or answer. What you remembered, which paragraph stanza. Think for yourself, acquire self-knowledge. Educated fools getting more foolish in college. You can read and write, but can you think and fight? Illuminate your mind. Can you see the bright light shine with the right lines on the regular? Church and school don't mix well, do secular. School fees, smoke weed and roofies. Do this and you get more than you get. My teaching geometrical, get your compass set. 8 minus 4 minus 4, what you get?
8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. The system you uphold in Itachi people. The system you uphold in Itachi people. Education ukolonina, wax no aiko. Education ukolonina, wax no aiko. Cause 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. 8 minus 4 minus 4, what you get from all this? The future tool is set. Yeah, you can read, you can write, calculate, but can you think for yourself? Don't regurgitate. I see God in you, so go create. Give your mind shape, it's your malleable brain. They want to box your thoughts so we can all fit the frame. They want you glow so we can all be shit. After uniform, different fingerprints, we are all unique. Don't be another brick in the wall. Try and build, try and seek like a 5%er. Be the black Tesla after elite oppressors. Put part in your portfolio. Blow loud until it's audible. Escape from that soapy bowl. Yeah, we get whipped in the bags. Curiosity gets killed by the cats. Knowledge is not instilled. They give the kids fix the bags. Conceal the real, so you have to ask. Cause nothing is revealed in the dark. Yeah. 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. The system you uphold in Itachi people. The system you uphold in Itachi people. Education ukolonina, wax no aiko. Education ukolonina, wax no aiko. Cause 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0.
8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. The system you uphold inahitaji kipigo. The system you uphold inahitaji kipigo. Education ukoloni na works no haiko. Education ukoloni na works no haiko. Cause 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0. 8 minus 4 minus 4 equals 0.
Hey, yo, busy. Atox Entertainment. Mafo Bandis. It's only a matter of time. You just have to believe. You're a champion. Don't you worry, my brother, don't you worry, my friend. Itakuwa poa in the end. Cause nothing comes easy, and nothing is easy. Fungua macho, uone uko blessed. Acha kulia and just give thanks. Free your mind, kuwa huru usitense. That's smile on your face. As above, so below. The universe is me, and I know the Most High. He resides in me. So we're kuwa stress free. Come on, dance with me. Na naku guarantee. If only you believe. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja. Troubles for that day, I just used to levitate. High and high, need now vibrate. Can't nobody, baby, I am the moon, I am the sun. Fast in the glory, cause that's who you are. They call me free, my name is freedom. Shining so bright, baby, shine like a star. Sauti paza, amini, kitu cha kwanza. Simama, sauti paza, ukiri siku njema yaja. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja. Yeah. Kunta Kinte. Kama. Second Hand Nation. Check your round.
Wanna drown kwa sora kwa kota kwa motion ya routine. Kuchase the fast word wakibaki na broken dreams. You only live once, mighty zinavalishwa kama ni queen. Greedy material things wanna live beyond their means. Economy was stimulated na zile souls wana traffic. Reality simulated, of course kukos ma addict. Madila dopamine kuzidisha your spending habits. Wanunuzi wako clueless, utacheki afya mbaya kwa masses. Currency kwa antisocial tangu truth in the corporate. Paradise customized ukifikiri ndani ya boxes. Mimi nikangamia na utanipata kwa steering contest. chest na jicho la sindano na cheki majigamba kwa showcase. Beyond kipato naishi kwa culture ma consume na lifestyle na food na buy inawapet humor roho za chuma keep up na fashion zile trendy modelators iko always coming as long as you're spending. Karibu kwenye second hand nation, karibu kwenye second hand nation, karibu kwenye second hand nation. Malima vijana wanaambia ni viongozi wa kesho. Karibu kwenye second hand nation, karibu kwenye second hand nation, karibu kwenye second hand nation. Malima vijana wana kwa dedication.
Kenya dress na mitumba, factory zote zilikufa, Rivertex walifunga, nguo za ndani zinauzwa nje ya duka, lingerie za wasenge wa San Francisco walidungwa zinakindwa kwa bei ya kutupa, luku ya wizi hizi imboa na vuruga, chuja za watu wa Koto squeeze Malagunya, wamekata Kenya made masaunya, kama una mula panteta, haso hard upate hizi mlame letter, ni better than kwa uji kama ancestors, vaka upoe puso onekano umetoka Texas, ina miaka 10 lakini bado ni Lexus, hiyo jako ni pleather si leather lakini imeweza, haso hard upate hizi mlame letter, ni better than kwa uji kama ancestors.
Karibu kwenye second hand nation, karibu kwenye second hand nation, karibu kwenye second hand nation. Malima vijana wanaambia ni viongozi wa kesho. Karibu kwenye second hand nation, karibu kwenye second hand nation, karibu kwenye second hand nation. Malima vijana wana kwa dedication. Matimba fake, manguo fake, Gucci na Prada. Haga simu nandae
Sales juzi tuligundu ujinga walikuwa kidu backstage. After mmoja alicheza blanda na kufungua curtains, reaction ya audience tulileta violence ikaleta vengeance ilikuwa motivated na hatred. Kila mse ana hatred, nikidhani na spread na handshake. Domana wezi fika top, iyo ngazi wataitingisa. Inyewe bandu mufukire obusuma amwezi pika sembe, jumlisha mwaga unga. Siku hizi maadui kujuana na lugha, inanikatisia chaos. Tuseti koro it's been only 19 years. Na naona hii life ni moto ka ice kwa mdomo. Onawa tuko Israel lakini bado wana ujinga ya Misri. Ngori unadhani unaishi na paka, kumbe ni chui. Waliokudungia mask usiku ni wale marafiki wa asubuhi. Ukitaka kuishi sikia maneno mababu, si ati nini. Ongeza roiko kwa hiyo mix ya mchuzi. Courage in the face of adversity. Na bado itabidi umesimia blood ya sheep kwa mlango. Juu angel of death ako night shift na atapitia kwako.
Watch people. Because you can fake for a long time, but one day
you're going to show yourself to be a phony. That's true. You know what I mean? And that's what these, you know, a lot of people are doing these days. Don't support the phonies. Support the real. You know what I mean? How can these people be talking about how they so real and they don't care about our communities? How can they be talking about what they, all this, you know, the hood, blah, 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 blah. They don't care about our communities.
Governor, Senator na MCA wenu wa ni mfani. Kila kifungwa mdomo ni mishuto minuko ya bola za ruminants kuchukad. Aba homo sapiens kuzipush down kwa peristalsis. Content asiwa system na junguku alikosi ukoka. Hatimisi mwizi, minipoguzi. Niite LEBC kimachobano. Kakalpritwa ICC kabeba bendera ya wajakoya. Niko allergic to msoto, niko addicted to wera. Teke wa senfe tando menda hip hop tuna flock. Together kama ki-age group, pamoja kama ki-age set. Teke wa senfe tando menda hip hop tuna flock.
Hip hop, hooray, hip hop, hooray, hip hop, hooray, Watanabe. Hey, hip hop, hooray, hip hop, hooray, hip hop, hooray, Watanabe. Hooray.
Mheshimiwa anaibiwa ikiwa Isaac kwa prize. To look up wala criticize, mtu ataki kuona tukirise. Ndole kwa police wanatumangia tukieconomize. Political stand hadi tukae kwa assembly to decriminalize. Man usipojituma unatumwa unashikanishwa kaa gam. Plan ya social reforms gani Campton wanahitaji Islam. Na daily bread isipokam tumbo zinaban kabusa na cham. On the other hand kukosa maji inaweza turn into red drum. Na mada track na content ya rap na siku build rapport. Tuspori brand mainstream itatuchipo itkalie chapo. Maovet is for the children, do emissions ya bot. Wall of fame wako shame depend on support. Kuna good versus evil but hamna kesi kwa court. Kuto play for change ni handball na misi nanga sport. Boss kamenje mini director na call the shots. Culture, vision na voice, hip hop, see what you thought.
Hip hop, hooray, hip hop, hooray, hip hop, hooray, Watanabe. Hey, hip hop, hooray, hip hop, hooray, hip hop, hooray, Watanabe. Hooray.
Yeah, teule ndo fikra uonyeshe tunachopigania. Washajaribu kupingania yangu and take what's mine, but the most beneficial, most provident ashanionyesha njia. Amenyosha na kuelekea kwa ishara nazoziona. Nipo unaponiona ila sivyo unavyoniona. I want my lucky numbers count kama loto. Ndoto ya big picture true story, photo na frame kwa memory. Tukichukua msimamo mkali kimtazamo zamo. Wali ndo salama ndo wanaendeleza mauaji ya kinyama. Inakera sometimes majanga kwa generation younger. Selective amnesia wakisikizia. Fake promises walizotupatia. We've always known the answers but hatukuraise mikono juu. Just to make others feel unequal. Siku ya wazalendo raia. Speech ni Dalai Lama. Still mwanachama wa mapinduzi na ujuzi wa kustand out for crowd. Na outstanding performance of a lifetime. Just for the love of resistance tuko full time. Stuck on replay na redemption songs all day. All day chaos, helter skelter. Na masquota wajawai on at a shelter. Live bullets ziache shells ka oyster. Tunataka haki yetu mwanzo mwisho. Na hapa ndio kwetu. Hapa ndio kwetu.
Hip hop, hooray, hip hop, hooray.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the National Museums of Kenya, where we are having the Human Rights Day. Today, the 10th of December, is International Human Rights Day. And I'm going to be giving you a bit of context about that. Why is today the International Human Rights Day? But of course, it's important to remember that the questions of human rights and even the idea of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, these were things that were being declared almost 100 years ago, right? And perhaps we'll need to just be asking ourselves, all this time later, and perhaps even for Kenya, 60, how many years has it been? 61 years after independence. How are we doing on that human rights scale? But of course, information is power. And I'm joined in studio by someone who's going to be introducing themselves as they tell us how their work impacts human rights and how people understand human rights in this Republic of Kenya. But before we get to that, remember, if you are in Nairobi at the moment and you just like to pop by the event, I think this event ends at about 4. Yeah, so please come to the National Museums of Kenya, where we are commemorating the International Human Rights Day celebrations in Kenya. And of course, the theme for today's commemoration is our rights, our future, right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hand it over to our guest. Guest, how are you doing?
Thank you, James. I'm doing great. How are you?
Yes, I'm very well. Please introduce yourself na ile jina unapenda.
Asante. My name is Beth Odek.
Yes.
From Katiba Institute.
Fantastic. So,
yes.
Beth, I know Katiba Institute, of course, is a well-known organization. What do you do at Katiba?
Now, Katiba Institute is a non-governmental institution that seeks to promote understanding, knowledge of constitution and constitutionalism. And we also seek to defend constitution as a whole.
Yes, so and of course, many people know how many cases Katiba has taken to court. But I know you also work in an area that many people may not know Katiba actually gets involved in this. And this is dealing with communities with regards to access to information, isn't it?
Yes.
What is access to information? Like basically, if someone was to ask you, what is this access to information thing?
Access to information is a right.
Yeah.
It's a right enshrined in the Constitution, Article 35 of the Constitution of Kenya.
Yeah.
With access to information, it makes all the other rights possible. Because, as you said, information is power.
Yeah.
Having information, it gives you the power to know about all the other rights. So access to information as a right in the Constitution is also an enabling right that makes all the other rights possible.
Yes.
Yes.
I know you guys have done a lot of work all over the country. Do you think Kenyans are aware of their rights? Umetembea hii nchi na you've interacted with people. Do you think people are aware of their rights? In your experience?
We are getting there. We are getting there.
Yes.
But I'd say most people still don't know about their rights because every day when you talk to the community, we interact with the community, they get to tell you that they weren't even sure access to information in itself is a right. So most people still do not know about their right. We're trying as hard as possible to make sure that Kenyans, they understand and they also know about the Constitution and also all the rights enshrined in the Constitution. Because as our theme of today says, our rights, our future right now. So really, we have done well, but there's still a long way to go in making sure that theme for today, it is realized.
So how do we, when it comes to access to information, how do we realize that right in Kenya? What are some of the ways that the law has provided for that right to be realized?
So now the law states that every citizen has a right to access information held by the state or held by another individual.
Yes.
Although that is not an absolute right. There are limitations to that right.
Yeah.
But then the limitations most times, when you read there's also the Access to Information Act of 2016 that talks about access to information. So there are limitations to that right. But any person can access information held by the state or held by another individual. Is it directly affecting your right or the right of another person or freedoms of another person? Or
so it doesn't have to be something that is only affecting you. You can actually seek information about someone else or someone who's being affected by maybe being denied their right.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now, I mean, we know how our government works. Are you saying that our government actually just releases this information? Are there instances where they refuse? They say, no, we are not going to give the information.
One of the troubles when implementing this access to information project, you get to realize that even most of duty bearers here are the government now and the public officers, they are not aware that they should be giving out this information. And then the citizens also they are not aware that they are owed this information. And once they request for it, they should be given that information. And in case you're not being given that information, you should be given reasons why you're not getting that information. And this is why I'm not giving you information, So duty bearers, most times, they think they do not owe us the duty to give us the information. But then now when we talk to the communities, we tell them that they are owed the duty to access this information. They also have a right to access that information. Yes.
So, I mean, with duty bearers failing to give this information most of the times, why do you think that is so? Is it a governance issue or is it lack of knowledge? Why is there so much resistance, especially from the government, when it comes to releasing information?
It could be the two, the governance issue and also lack of knowledge. And also, it's also very difficult to hold a government that operates in secrecy. You can't hold a government that operates in secrecy. You can't hold it accountable. So our government, as it is, it operates in secrecy. And when that happens, holding them accountable becomes very difficult. So then also the knowledge aspect comes in. Do I know that I have this right? And then if I have this right, then how do I go about my right to access this information held by another person or held by the state? So it's all about the governance issues, and also lack of knowledge. Yes.
All right. Let's take a short music break, and then when we come back, we talk about some of the counties you've been to. What are some of the key things that people want information about, and how, for instance, through this project, does Katiba Institute help these communities to access information? But for now, let's get some music, and then when we come back, we continue with Miss Beth here from Katiba Institute, as she is just helping us to understand how access to information helps us to uphold human rights. Let's go.
Outer Red Tape Nation. I'm offended, man. Put your mouth where your truth is. KRK kama kawa. Ngwai mina tumianga, lakini ngwai pia umetuangushanga. Tusianzie mbali, cheki nyanjwa barabara. Aibu kubwa kwa watu wetu wa hapa. Connection ya Bosongo Town mpaka Suneka, na hiyo soko umekula mpaka mikeka. Na hiyo hela si ni 56 million, BBI sitting at 18 million. Mketi kwenye uwanja mliopewa 90 million, na kuijenga mkatumia 6 million. Hizi figures zina add up kweli. Jua lisemwalo lina kuanga na ukweli. Wananchi wakikuona wanakuona tu kwa teli. Yani wewe kuwa governor imekuwa ni kejeli. Makeja ndo umejaza tu Nairobi, umeharibu na hizo tenda za marodi. Mimi Mkenya halisi, I'm offended. Na mimi kama msanii, I'm offended. And as a chairman of a club, I'm offended. I'm offended. Mimi Mkenya halisi, I'm offended. Mimi kama msanii, I'm offended. And as a chairman of a club, I'm offended. I'm offended. Mbona wananchi mnaabudu mheshimiwa? Na mheshimiwa hakuna kazi anafanya, anakula tu za county na mabibi mmeibiwa. Mmetini kama ni gani mmeshikiwa. Waziri wa michezo, waziri una mchezo, waziri unatunzaje hizi talanta za kikesho, waziri unasemaje hiyo holi ya wasanii wamepeana makanisa hapo wanakesha na maleso. Mheshimiwa akili yako sio fresh, tumengojea vitu kama tournaments na hawezi fanya concerts, hawezi panga, kisha uje kusema eti wasanii wanakutukana. Umeshinda ukituambia tungoje, cheki saa, nipe reason moja mbona nikuite saa. Wahenga walisema tukishikana tunaenda far, lakini unaenda solo, wewe unataka uende fast. Natumia voice yangu to the best way I can, ku represent my youth from my boys to my young. Na sasa ni miaka 3 tumesmile through the pain. We no longer at your service, everything's not the same. Shabana Glamour boys tunakazana kurudi, wewe unachukua Neverton mnaenda kula mbuzi. Tusitumie stadium na hizo reasons za kipuzi, hiyo ni issue. Wasanii ulizia ni pesa ya Ruto, ama mtabaki mkikula tu majuto. Tunataka kuona pesa ama studio at Minister of the Year, haufai kuwa na tuzo. Mimi Mkenya halisi, I'm offended. Na mimi kama msanii, I'm offended. And as a chairman of a club, I'm offended. I'm offended. Mimi Mkenya halisi, I'm offended. Mimi kama msanii, I'm offended. And as a chairman of a club, I'm offended. I'm offended. Put your mouth where your truth is. Au sio? Kila siku mzee, najua siku moja labda sitakuwa, lakini kutokea na wengine na wengine na wengine, watu kusema ukweli man. Every time kazi fanyike bana, serve the youth, serve your people when you give them that power.
Siku moja unajua, kila mtu anataka tu kukaa fresh nini, watu wamechoka na hii form bana. Kila mtu anangoja hiyo siku moja tu. dini ikakuja ikatugawanisha. Sasa amani hakuna na kila pande vita, kumebadilika. Nashindo form ni gani? Hata kipande sina, nauliza home ni gani? Nataka spande kichwa, petition dom ni sanif, no brother mpate picha, nilazwe hospitali, mimi nilipata bicha, royani hot ni kali, inatatanisha na misi sote ndani. Bado tunaishi enzi za utumwa, nikimeditate ni mambo ya kishenzi ya kumuko. Venye hiyo fomu yendi fresh yani uma, nusweti mwana jeshi tajituma. One day vako flani nagostani, serikali imeleta msako mtani. Usijipate hapo ndani, eti unaambia afande hapo mwani. Siku moja masela tutaishi fresh, siku moja kwenda jela makudeli, siku moja kwenda peras meji seti, siku moja masela tutaishi fresh, siku moja kwenda jela makudeli, siku moja kwenda peras meji seti, siku moja. Mi nataka zangu, mi staki zao. Kifo tu pekee ndo naweza kuni stop me now. Originate, story zako copy how. Nashindwa flow gani taleta more money. Mambo igongani, niweze kuwa na best home yani. Kuna kulala, watu tafuna mishara, na kuna inshallah ya kutafuna ni msala. Ukizubaa we watakuta ni fala. Edha uwe na ama una inshallah. Kama ambu, tukipenda abu. Imefika mida masela tukaa sake, ama iwe shida kwa jela ndokaa make. Kama umeshiba so beda tutaanzaje? Wewe niambie man tutaanzaje yeah? Tunaifanya kila siku bila kitu, huniambii kitu. Basi mchizi teka chipi tu. Siku moja masela tutaishi fresh, siku moja kwenda jela makudeli, siku moja kwenda peras meji seti, siku moja masela tutaishi fresh, siku moja kwenda jela makudeli, siku moja kwenda peras meji seti, siku moja. Yeah, machino rekebisha hata tugongo msoto. Kibin pande ya mita niko na bonge mtoto, na yeye halalinja watu wagongo ngoto. Kutitiwa kama mtumwa huwa tutakangi. Mami nimekunja sura nimevuta bangi, kijejiki kwa kio na jichukia sana. Eti Johnny ndo huyo minabukia prama, walimwengu sio eti dunia bana. Wanaume ndio eti kumia, ama kwa sasa tutu zero tushaumia sana. Ama mulize mliro tumetulia jamaa, kusema kweli man tumetulia jamaa. Hakuna kitu mimi naweza fanya in the post tu, lakini natengeza mwanya international si tuna hustle now. Nimekasa kwa wiki bidi ni risasi flow. Moja masela tutaishi fresh, siku moja kwenda jela makudeli, siku moja kwenda peras meji seti, siku moja masela tutaishi fresh, siku moja kwenda jela makudeli, siku moja kwenda peras meji seti, siku moja. Man, najua yani ile siku moja mtu umechile yani unasikia tuko sawa, unapata ile hakuna distress nini, kila kitu iko sawa yani unaona tu mambo inasonga, unapata hiyo form. Sabi ingine sometime inakuwa gani issue yani man, mimi nasikia poa yani hiyo one day najua ndio hiyo, unaona maana jua ikitua kesho yake asubuhi bado itatokea, yani form bado itakuwa, siko unanipata. Hiyo siku moja inakaa man, we keep your head up yani, si unajua man
Ladies and gentlemen, it's International Human Rights Day today, the 10th of December, and we are commemorating this here in Nairobi, Kenya, at the National Museums of Kenya. So if you're in Nairobi, if you're around, if you've eaten tear gas at the Femicide March and you'd now like to catch a break, please come to the Museums of Kenya as we continue to have this conversation. And of course, I'm joined in studio by Madam Beth. I don't know, do people still say Madam? I feel like it's outdated. Eh?
Sounds very old.
Thank you. Miss Beth. Better, right. I'm here with Miss Beth, and of course, Beth works with Katiba Institute, which is one of Kenya's leading civil society organizations that pursues constitutionalism, and a lot of that has been done through filing petitions in court to have the court interpret how the constitution should be applied on a case-by-case basis. But of course, they also do a lot of work in the access to information. And Beth, you said access to information is under Article what of the Constitution?
35 of the Constitution.
Article 35 of the Constitution of Kenya makes it a human right for you to access information that is held either by the state or by a private individual. And Beth, you were talking about, earlier you said that there are exceptions to this. This is not an absolute right.
Yes, it's not an absolute
So
right.
what are some of those exceptions? Before we even get into now talking about the work you guys are doing at the counties, what are some exceptions so that if someone is listening to this show, they know I cannot just go and ask for any information I want?
One of the exceptions is matters of national security.
Okay.
Is the information you're requesting for, does it interfere with national security in any way? Well, it could be very vague, but because each government will use that to their
governments
to their
like to
advantage.
use national security to cover themselves and also to perpetuate human rights abuses, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So that is one of the
exceptions.
The other one could be you getting this right. Is it violating another person's right? So in making this right happen for you, in fulfilling your right of access to information, are we violating someone else's right are we violating someone else's right? Yes.
Okay. Now, I know you've done a lot of work in the counties. How many counties have you done so far?
The project is for 3 counties, Nairobi, Samburu, and Nakuru counties.
Fantastic. Let's talk about Samburu and Nakuru. Nairobi hapa shida zetu ni nyingi sana. When you go to the counties there, Samburu, Nakuru, what are some of the issues that people want information about? Like when you have these trainings and the feedback you're getting from the Kenyans there, as we say, on the ground, kwa grao, what are the issues they want information on?
Sasa kwa grao, ukienda kwa grao, Samburu na Nakuru, you'll realize that huko mashida pia ni mengi sana.
Okay.
Yeah, and like, Nairobi pia, but still, things like, somewhere like Samburu and Nakuru counties, things that people majorly want information about, things like, let's say, construction generally, or implementation of different projects within the counties, or access to different opportunities in the county. So the people are asking, is this something that we can access information about? Is this something we can hold the government accountable by asking for this information? So vitu watu wanataka kujua information sana ni vitu kama county ana construct something, so they want to know why are they constructing this thing, itatusaidia aje sisi kama wananchi, wametumia pesa ngapi, how much does this project cost, and how much do they get this, how do you get to pay off this debt?
Doesn't the Constitution assume that by the time, let's say, a project is being done by the counties, this information has already been given to the people? I feel like the Constitution begins with that assumption that you have to give this information beforehand. Like, people should not be coming to seek this information after.
That is very true. But we also mentioned initially that we operate in a government that operates in secrecy. So hizo si vitu they like to make public as much. So you have to go digging for them before you can access that information. So the community has to literally walk into these offices and ask for that information, which most times they're also denied. So one of the other challenges utapata, they don't even know their rights. So you have to teach them, and then after teaching them, they're the ones to go and access that information, which I think we'll talk about later when we talk about success stories in the project.
My goodness. And we've had, I think, even as we talk about, let's say, for instance, there was the Adani whistleblower, and we saw how that went. I think the other day as well, one of the coastal counties, we had a whistleblower who was also being detained.
Yes.
We live in this country, so we have to address the reality of being in Kenya. What are some of the dangers that people who actually seek this information, what are some of the risks and the threats that they experience? Have you come across people who tell you, I have been threatened for seeking this information?
Yes, we've come across such people. They are threatened to drop that pursuit.
Yeah.
So most times they are bribed to, I wouldn't want to say bribe. They offered money in exchange for you just keeping quiet.
To back off.
Yeah. Then also others face threats all the time, either directly or indirectly, through families or through friends. So constantly there is a fight between the government and the society.
Yeah.
Yes.
And are the police helping? Like, if someone has been threatened, are the police stepping in to actually protect such people, or is it? Because I was surprised. I think the case we're talking about, for which county was it? I can't seem to remember which county it was, but it was one of the, I don't know if it was Kwale. But he was arrested by the police and taken to the deputy governor's office.
Yes.
And he was exposing the deputy governor's office and the governor's office. So I really wondered, like, what's happening? Hii country unaweza kwa wende umepeleka kesi and then unakuwa mshtakiwa. Like, what's that about?
You tell me. Do you think the police are helping from that case, the Kwale case? Do you think the police are helping?
I don't think so, because hata leo women have gone, for those who are watching this, perhaps you don't know this, but today we had the femicide, anti-femicide march in Nairobi. The police had been informed about this in advance. They knew it. But women have been tear gassed, they've been beaten, they've been arrested, and actually both women and men. And they seem to be arresting more men than women. Those guys who've just stand up for the femicide march. So, I mean, the reality of Kenya is that police, it's like, we're not really keen on ensuring that people can, practice their human rights, freely. Anyway, let's talk about success stories. What are some of the, maybe some of the countries you've been to, people have actually been trained, and then they've gone ahead to make some of these demands, and what has come out of it? Is there any example that comes to mind?
Yes, a lot of examples. First, and the most important one, would be people are actually beginning to know their rights. So when we go to these communities, we teach them about the right of access to information, which most of them do not even have an idea about. So when you teach them about this right of access to information, they go ahead to write an access to information request to these different departments of the county government, wanting information and also taking steps. So that is three. Those are three examples.
Yeah.
First is the community starting to be very aware. They're also becoming very vocal about their rights because they're now aware, and they're also trying to hold the government accountable by writing access to information requests. I didn't mention that we also train the community to actually write these access to information requests.
Themselves?
Yes, we do.
Fantastic.
Yes. And most times we also help with the requests. You just have to ask, you just talk to us and then we can help you with the request.
Oh, nice.
So yes, the community is becoming more empowered, more vocal and more aware of their rights. I think that is a huge success story.
Yeah, and of course we know that access to information is an anchor, right?
Yes.
The fact that the other rights find strength within it,
True.
Like we said, of course, when you're starting, information is power. I know Katiba has taken some matters to court on access to information. We're going to be talking about that when we come back. Some of the cases Katiba has taken to court and what the outcomes have been and how that has helped promote the constitution in Kenya. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are at the International Human Rights Day celebration in Kenya at the National Museums of Kenya. And we're having this conversation with Miss Beth from Katiba Institute as we talk about the power of access to information in ensuring that all these other rights are actually upheld, fulfilled, and protected. Let's get some music.
Power Radio. Tune in and power up.
what you're feeling. Let my actions be what you're thinking.
Cause it tastes like sugar and spice and everything nice. Close your eyes, I'll make you realize you're winning in life, yeah. You're winning in life. You taste like sugar and spice and everything nice. Close your eyes, I'll make you realize you're winning in life, yeah. You're winning in life.
Call me a number one, baby, you can call me a Superman. Chochote utataka nitakupa man. You're my girl.
Call me a number one, baby, you can call me a supergirl. Chochote unataka nitakupa, nitakupa. You're my man. I wanna climb to the top of the mountain, let you cruise on this endless sea. Open up the windows to your soul. I want you to see what you do to me. Watch my spirit melt into your arms. Freeze this time so we'll never be apart, baby. I know you're comfortable under my skin, so don't let go. Pull me close, let the energy flow from my head to my toes. Like this bliss, let's get lit. Wake back up, then we do it again, baby.
Call me a number one, baby, you can call me a Superman. Chochote utataka nitakupa man. You're my girl.
Call me a number one, baby, you can call me a supergirl. Chochote unataka nitakupa, nitakupa. You're my man.
Somebody call for my girl, call for my cure, call for my lover. Cause when the sunlight's at west side, you're always gonna be my number one.
Somebody call for my man, call for me cure, call for my lover. Cause when the sunlight is at west side, you're always gonna be my number one. Tell me how you want it, daddy. Tell me how you want it, poppy. Tell me what you want, I'ma make you happy. I'll make you happy, I'ma make you happy.
Tell me how you want it, mommy. Tell me how you want it, mommy. Tell me what you want, I'ma make you happy. I'll make you happy, I'ma make you happy.
Tell me how you want it, baby. Tell me how you want it, baby. Tell me what you want, I'ma make you happy. I'll make you happy, I'ma make you happy. Tell me how you want it, baby. Tell me how you want it, baby. Tell me what you want, I'ma make you happy. I'll make you happy, I'ma make you happy. Tell me how you want it, baby. Tell me how you want it, baby. Tell me what you want, I'ma make you happy. I'll make you happy, I'ma make you happy. Back with another ba bum ba bum bum. Back with another ba bum ba bum bum. Back with another one ba bum ba bum bum. Let's get it ba bum ba bum bum. Let it be a lane to choosing a Mary Jane, choosing a Mary Jane, to choosing a Mary Jane. Gotta be a Jane 'cause I really like the way your music is insane. Gotta be a lane to choosing a Mary Jane, choosing a Mary Jane, to choosing a Mary Jane. Gotta be a lane 'cause I really like the way your music is insane. Joe, how do you think, Joe? What can you push about this girl I know? About this girl called Mary Jane. About the way she used to kill 'em with the show. Kill 'em with the yo. Kill them pretty girl there. She got that shaku, got that katika. Every night and day, I put 420 p.m. Everybody say, gotta be a lane to chasing a Mary Jane, chasing a Mary Jane, to chasing a Mary Jane. Gotta be a Jane 'cause I really like the way your music is insane. Gotta be a lane to chasing a Mary Jane, chasing a Mary Jane, to chasing a Mary Jane. Gotta be a Jane 'cause I really like the way your music is insane. Gotta be a lane to chasing a Mary Jane. confidence. Really like to move my body like that. Okay, najua unapendanga energy drink, lakini ukitaka mali safi and the chain. Kuna manziana everything you need. Gotta break your back, gotta break your back, gotta break your back until everything don't be leveling. Girl so sweet, they be jealousy. Everything about you is so highly. I know you know they know you got nice energy. Akisonga every time, so exciting. Now what lie, you mesmerizing. Nice energy, Akisonga. That is why Mary Jane makes you feel some type of way. Gotta be a lane to chasing a Mary Jane, chasing a Mary Jane, to chasing a Mary. Chasing a Brandon, Jerry, to chasing a Kendra, to chasing a Abby, to chasing a Erica, to chasing a Lynn, to chasing a Tracy, to chasing a Dodo. Now Warembo,
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the International Human Rights Day celebrations at the National Museums of Kenya. And the theme of this event is Our Rights, Our Future, Right Now. I am with Beth here in studio, and Beth works in programs at the Katiba Institute. And we've been talking about access to information. I just want to bring this to your attention. One of the things Katiba Institute does very well is that, as Beth said, you first write the letter seeking information. And once that information is not provided, then what happens? In this case, there was a petition that was filed, which is petition number 32 of 2021, and the parties were Kelef Khalifa and another versus the CS for Transport and others, and this was filed in 2021. And the petition was filed by Kelef Khalifa and Wanjiru Gikonyo, who were being represented by Katiba Institute lawyers. Now, the background of this is that Kelef Khalifa wrote letters on his behalf and on behalf of Okoa Mombasa to different government agencies and ministries, and he was requesting for the disclosure of information with regards to contracts linked to the government of Kenya and other entities on the SGR, the Standard Gauge Railway. The government agencies refused to disclose the information, and after following up with the Commission on Administrative Justice, the CAJ, who requested the agencies for the disclosure, which was denied, and after waiting for long with no response from the state, then the two petitioners approached court seeking disclosure of information and declarations that his right, Kelef Khalifa's right of access to information, had been denied. Now, you'll remember this as the SGR contracts case. It was widely reported. And number one, the court held that one of the arguments that had been brought by the government was that the case was res judicata. And I know Beth is a lawyer, but I'm not going to ask her what res judicata is. But basically, res judicata suggests that this matter has already been heard between the same parties and it has already been decided.
Yes.
So another court should not be dealing with it. And in that case, the High Court disagreed and said that on the basis that the previous cases that had been listed did not have similar parties, issues, or prayers, therefore they were distinguishable from the case at hand. Now, the other question that came up was, can you sue state officers in their personal capacity for refusal to disclose information? And the court held that the petitioners did not prove bad faith on the part of the individually named respondents for them to be sued in their personal capacity. So bad faith needed to have been shown. Now we go to the meat of the matter. The court held that Kelef Khalifa's followed the process set out in the Access to Information Act, which Beth was referring to earlier, to request for information. But the respondents, the state agencies, refused to disclose the information as per Section 9 of the Access to Information Act. They then sought the review of the denial of information with the Commission on Administration of Justice as per Section 14 of the Access to Information Act. Then the CAJ followed up with the government agencies and entities to disclose the information, and they still refused to disclose. Now, in this case, the petitioner had waited for 1 year, 6 months for information before coming to court seeking the remedies for violation of access to information. Therefore, the defense that had been put by the government agencies that the petitioners did not exhaust internal remedies before coming to court did not succeed. The other thing as well is that the government had said, and I think, Beth, you had mentioned this earlier, questions of national security, right?
Yes.
In this case, the government was saying that there is the Official State Secrets Act, which was holding them from disclosing this information. And disclosing this information would have been contrary to the supreme law of the land. And the court actually disagreed with this matter and said that in any case, it would have been read in conformity with the Bill of Rights.
Mm-hmm.
Then the other thing as well that was handled in court is that if the state relies on the defense that they will not disclose information because the information is of national security, they must provide evidence for such limitations as per Article 24 of the Constitution. And I think you made reference to this earlier. So public institutions must disclose documents or respond and justify why they will not disclose information. I know Katiba Institute, you've done a lot of these cases, and big up to Katiba Institute lawyers because of how these cases have helped us to shape the Constitution and understand how things work. And perhaps the question now for you, Beth, is that you work in an organization that has done it all from the moment of requesting to the moment it is denied, to going to court, to getting the orders and all that. When you project into the future, what do you think, if 10 years later, if you and I were to sit at this table again, do you think we will have improved in cases of access to information, or is your forecast that we're going to still continue to see government be more secretive and deny people the right to this information?
Thank you, James. I can only speak to the work that Katiba Institute does.
Yeah.
And what we do is, under the Access to Information project, we have divided into two. The training for the communities, and also training for duty bearers.
Yeah.
I had mentioned who duty bearers are before. So in these trainings, we are trying as much as possible to make the two parties aware of the right under the Constitution. So let's talk, when you talk about it in 10 years' time, as I mentioned, I think both parties shall have become more aware and more vocal, and the community more empowered, actually, to talk about the right of access to information as enshrined under Article 35 of the Constitution.
Yeah.
So I can only say that it may take a lot of work, but we as Katiba, I believe we are putting in the work. And in 10 years' time, there shall be a very big difference. Looking back, there shall have been so much progress over time. So in 10 years' time, I think it will be such a big difference. And probably we may not be having this conversation unless we're looking back to celebrate the achievements.
Well, I'd like to be as optimistic as you are. And perhaps the last question I'd want to ask you is... Last question I want to ask you is, so in all this, what is the responsibility of the citizen as we talk about access to information?
The responsibility of the citizen is to be aware as much as possible. With information, we mentioned information is power. Information is power. Information gives you that power to access whatever you want, unless it's limited, of course, by the Constitution under Article 24.
Yeah.
But also, the citizen needs to be more aware, and also, after I have known my rights, after I have become empowered, what do I do with that right? What do I do with this information that I have? They also need to be ready to face the future. I mean, if you have to ask for information, stories of the threats and all the disadvantages and all the challenges that we talked about, how then are you going to navigate? If you are not courageous enough, you may not end up making a difference. So the citizens need to be more aware. They also need to be very, very courageous, and also very, very persistent in whatever they're asking.
Yeah, and of course, even as we talk about threats and all this, I think we really have to appreciate Katiba Institute, because often it means that by stepping in to assist those who have requested for this information, it has been denied. I think they also sort of give a shield to these individuals, because then the person is not directly targeted, because you have an institution like Katiba Institute which has decided, I'm going to come and step in between you and the state to represent you.
We receive the flowers, James.
Receive the flowers.
Thank you.
Nini wote, Christine, of course, even with your new ED, Nora Mpagathi, and the team at Katiba Institute, we appreciate all of you. Asanteni sana, we've come to the end of this show. I asked you a question earlier when we were off. What song would you like to hear? Have you thought about it? It has to be a Kenyan song. Or you can name an artist, then we'll choose for you. Nikonja hata siwezi karanga.
Yes, I mean,
and it's about lunchtime.
Human rights, so that's a song that
it's
promotes
about lunchtime.
human
It's
rights,
1:11 hata hapa tujakula bado. Hapa tukonja. Hapa tukonja. We're going to be taking a break, and then after the break, Elijah Moores and DJ CJ are back as they also just give us the conversation from attendees here at the International Human Rights Day celebrations, as we try and get the stories from every single person coming from all parts of this city and all parts of this country. Remember, Kenya ni yetu, Kenya ni sisi. Tuko pamoja? Any parting shots? Okay, just say, I'm very happy to have come, pressure.
I am very happy to have come.
Fantastic.
Labda nitume salamu, lakini ni sawa tu.
Unatumia nani salamu?
Katiba family.
Haya, Katiba family, mmetumiwa salamu mkiwa pale maeneo ya Westlands. Mpokee hizo salamu. Asante sana Beth also for coming. Remember, if you're coming at the National Museums of Kenya, Katiba Institute have a tent. So you could just go to their tent as well. They have some materials. They've published some books there that will help you just to understand matters to do with the Constitution. Asante sana, Wakili. It was nice to do this with you. Flozy, let's go. Let's take it away.
Power Radio. Power up.
Uwe hai, shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura, wataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufaana, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Hard to get wadhifa, una deserve bila kasha makashfa. Hii society Kenya wanaeza share ni nyungu ya busa ama ketol ya shisha. Mfuko zinasikia echo, unajua thamani ya mali na size ya kifuli. Eyo, ujaibiwa jua unakaa kitu worth, risking jail time, police bullets fall. Unaweza argue crime doesn't pay, lakini huwezi dismiss justice in a bay. Mwizi ana 40 days, 365 days later anaendelea kugrow fatter. Do anything for power, ready to lose their head for presidency. Bora waione kwa currency. Sababu gani siko affected na turbulence? Nikifly angani nimezoea the same feeling, matatu zikipitia portal mtaani. Juliane, yeah, yeah. Nikonja hata siezi karanga. Uwe hai, shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura, wataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufaana, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Ndio wa raise funds, itabidi raise hands. Growing concern, breakfast za croissant. Hataki upunguze bei ya bidhaa, tunataka opportunities ndio tu afford hizo bidhaa. Walisema kutembea kwingi ndio kuona mengi, nimeshinda nikitembea maofisi na sijaiona kazi. Sezi cheza golf venye Tiger Wood, mambo si barabara Chingwu. Naomba Johnny Masses, chakule fike tumboni ikitoka kwa sahani. Policeman anapiga rungu, mwalimu daktari anamurushia tear gas, na mtoto wake anarudishwa nyumbani, hana school fees, analipo peanuts. Hata siezi karanga, uwe hai, shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu ya
yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura wataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufaana, sitasimama maovu yakitawala, sitasimama maovu yakitawala.
See was a state house, na la twins a ghetto. Ziupatana Nairobi River, no more nita live by hand to mouth. Ushesikia maskini na ugua gout, nikiwa na nguvu ya kung'oa.
Power Radio. Tune in and power up.
Woza bana rada yo. Hii ni Power Radio na tuko KNT. Leo tuna celebrate International Human Rights Day. Nimewambia tuko National Museums of Kenya. Na moto ya leo ni our rights, our future right now. Yani haki zetu, future yetu sasa hivi. Kasi sasa ni saa hii. I'm your main man Elijah Mouse, na kwa Kenya niko na mswa nguvu sana hapa. Mzee mzima. Rada.
Niko rada safi.
Majina nani buda?
Majina za ID ama za M-Pesa ni Njugu na Karaoke.
Okay.
But ya mtaa anaitwa Benji.
Benji.
Ama Reverend.
Reverend. Wanakuitia Reverend nini?
Nadhani ile gospel mimi upiga mtaa kwa community. Ya reformist.
Okay.
Na mambo tu stories za rehabilitation bla bla bla.
Okay. Nimesikia umetoka kwa organization inaitwa Mneti Huru. Wewe unajua Mneti ni msame kwa ndani. Kwa hivyo wewe ni ex convict.
Okay, sasa mimi ni ex convict, jusikuwa convicted.
Convicted ni mwenye amehukumiwa.
Amehukumiwa. Even though nilikuwa partially convicted, ile time nilikuwa prison, nilikuwa na accounts mbili. Moja robbery with violence, na nyingine escaping from lawful custody.
Okay. Uliepa neti?
Nilikuwa nimepa prison, stenje. Ajua namojua venye tutajitoa.
Kweli.
So nikuombeja kujitoa but nikarudwa tena.
Okay.
So nikaongeza account ya escaping from lawful custody.
Okay.
So venye nilifanya kesi zangu, hiyo noma ya robbery with violence ikanitema.
Okay.
But hiyo escaping from lawful custody
ikakufunga.
Ikanifunga.
Lakini ilikuwa sosa compared na kenye ungepata na
ilikuwa sosa compared. Ilikuwa sosa juu hii nyingine chikisani ni death sentence.
Yoni ya stroke tu. So hii Mneti Huru fanya nini?
So Mneti Huru ni organization niliform me personally after nishatoka neti. Juu niko ndani, niko shindwa mbona wase wanatoka. And then tuko huko ndani tunasikia nani alinyuri, alipigwa, sijui nini.
Amepigwa na
makarao ama watu. So niko kama kuna platform ya wase kuja kupatana. Ka support group hivi. So ndio kitu nilianzisha.
Ukiwa ndani?
Nikiwa nje sasa.
Okay.
So Mneti ni mtu kwa jela. Akisa kiwa nje kwa huru. So ndio maana jina Mneti Huru.
Na uko ndani kuna allowance ya kufanya vitu kama hizo. Kama hizo groups kama hizo, mnalaiwa kuwa na groups kama hizo. Groups zinatetea human rights.
Okay. Ziko mnaweza anza initiative but itakuwa na impact vile
juu mko ndani.
But mnaweza kuwa tu na hizo ideologies kijua venye mtakuja kuzimplement mkitoka.
Na organization yako inafanya shughuli gani kucheki history ya human rights violations huko ndani?
So tumekuwa tukifanya hatuna resources za kufanya programs ndani. Tuko na tuna ile zile resources tuko nazo za kuassist watu wenye wako huko ndani kama ni kesi zao zimedozi kwa kotini.
Okay.
Tunafanya kitu cha file tracing.
Okay.
Wajua mtu akitingwa watu wapya umsahau.
Kweli.
So kitu tunafanya kitu cha file tracing. So unaweza kutoa file yako ndio ikatupwa na huko iko shika. So tukienda ma prison visit tunachukua hizo files number.
Even though mna get sasa wenye gori zao zimekwamia kwa nini?
Exactly. So tuna ma prison visit huko tunacheza ball na wase na tunakuwa na hizo mentorship. Nitana na wase wenye wametoka ndani.
Okay, kwa hivyo
narudi nao huko.
Kwa hivyo msana kuongelesha anajua kila anakuongelesha juu alikuwa hapo.
Alikuwa hapo. So mwenye kwa ndani anakuwa inspired na huyo alikuwa ametoka ushikani
na amereform.
Na pia nimekuja na kijana mwingine bado. mwenye haja ikuwa neti amekuja pia kupashwa wana wenyewe kwa neti anaambiwa hii area ni ngori.
Usienda huko nje behave.
Wewe behave mashikani.
Kweli.
So hivyo ndio tunajaribu kuwa pia na wase wenyewe wako ndani wakitoka tunajaribu kuwork nao kulingana na zile resources tuko nazo.
Okay.
Kama wewe umesoma carpentry, kuna time tulikuwa na woodwork project.
Okay.
Workshop, tunakuja unafanya kazi hapo.
Okay.
Sasa tunafanya referral kulingana na ile course umesoma.
Okay. Na hizi referral unajua inakuanga ni ngumu msa ametoka neti kupata wira ama ku accepted kwa community. Mimi nimetoka ghetto. Wanaanga mtu akitema maybe alikuwa nizo ngori za kistroke tu. Ni ile tu mnamchorea juu. Unajua tu. Unajua umekuwa mna get hizo referrals aje na hiyo stigma yenye iko.
So just kitu tunafanyaga integration mseka mko
kwa
so
community.
tunafanya kwanza tunakreate awareness tuko prison. Sasa tukuja tukiweza kutembea prison tunaanza kucreate uhusiano. Anaweza uje saa mimi kuna vile mimi ni mjanja nitajua kama umechange kama huja change.
Utajua tu.
Tukiwa kwa prison ndani.
Okay.
Ile time unaanza avoid mapicha najua wewe hata hujareform wewe. So nitaku avoid hata ukitoka nje. But sasa nikianza kuona wewe ni mtu welcoming tuko huko unapiga mafoto unachangamka na ma sports uko na course. Nishajua wewe uko prepared maisha nje. So hapo ndio tunaanza kucreate uhusiano. So tunataka tumwambie ni aje ukitoka kama Ungwaro hapo Grau sasa tuko na ofisi.
So mko Ungwaro sasa?
Ungwaro. Tuko na ofisi hapo kwa Grau. Tuko na container tulisaidia na IJM
International Justice Mission.
So unakuja hapo kwa ofisi tunakujulia hali. Na ushika umesoma nini? Tunataka tusaidie naje? Kuna sasa tumesaidia mpaka kulipia rent miezi kama 2
kabla agates na sasa kwa shughuli yenu watu mnaweza pata support aje tukienda kumaliza? Unaweza pata support iko aje? Unaweza pata support iko aje?
Si support yenyewe tutaka tu kwa tuseme facilitate hizo ma programs zetu za ma prison visits na maybe tools za kufanya job kama woodwork. Yani kazi tu yote ya mikono, leather work nini, hiyo ndio support tunaweza tutaka. Na tunataka ndoano yani tutaki samaki.
Akufunza wakupatia kitu ya kufisha usipewe samaki dei.
Sure.
Sasa final words kwa youth man huko nje.
Vijana ni wa live positively. Positive ni kusema ukule jasho yako, uko patient. Hakuna gaudosi overnight. Kitu yote unapata saizi haraka, utaipay baadaye.
Kweli.
Na kuna blanda ya kupay kitu shatumia.
Kweli.
Nikaa deni. Nikaa uenda kunywa kote kwa bar. Unajua ukilipa ile bili unaonekana kama unanyang'anywa.
Chungu.
Ushakunywa.
Bana.
Unashika. So wewe fanya kazi, ngoja malipo baada.
Kweli. Umesikia wise words kutoka Mneti Huru hapa. Maboys pia tujicheki. Huko ndani kuna violations mingi za human rights na tutaki watu wapitie hizo vitu. Nashukuru sana comrade kupitia hapa.
Nashukuru.
Wenye tumwambia tuko National Museums of Kenya leo tuna celebrate the Kenya National Day of Human Rights na tumekuwa na Mneti Huru. Nataka tuingie kwa ngoma hapa hivi ngoma 2-3 alafu tukirudi tutakuwa na mgeni mwingine usahau. Hii ni Power Radio. Your number 1 radio station hapa sukwambia tune in empower up. Wagwan.
Power Radio. Tune in and power up.
Ndoto zao ni kama jinsi kimwakika sisoleti nyimbo zao ziliweki tunakifedwela wanazidi kufeki sleki na kuovateki chungu na uzuri zote zinawarudia tumia kufika wechuga zikitangulia mama alishasema mazuri taki haraka wetulia hata wakibana mulana kubarikia siku zangu na mwachia sisikia la mkuu sio majabu wakilia tumishikanare kanura makutivela hipokiki na snea manifuki alkapela hili ya machizi ya seusi watu masela. Moja ni nguvu, shida hela. Fuata upepo wangu, shike bendera, aresiwe kibesa.
Tembeza mchizi, bendera inapepea, mlingoti imara daima, itaenea neno ifeli, injili kujionea, ukweli kubainika kiama kujiletea. Malipo ni hapa, uzuri napotendea, sileti dhihaka binadamu napotetea. Maovu si hamu ya kungojea, kuanguka siwezi, mzizi kumea, baba mlezi upuzi sitangojea. Wengine ni nyoka mbali sogea, sumu za macho dege pokea, kinywa kichunge pia, usijepotea na utamu wa kubugia. Zana za ladha zimeingia, utamu ni sumu pia.
Niko vile vile, chizi sijabadilika, nina alama kwa macho, tazama na sura pia. Utani sina hata wakinigeukia, jua sira bahati kolo na mkasirikia. Ifane ni moto naweza chomeka pia, na vidole zako tano kashindwa kushikilia. Tazama sana kabla kukimbilia, hisi mambo minasema na tena nazirudia. Elimu mitaa kabla kwanza kuimba kuonekana mitaa. Wanamini pesa, ati pesa pesa hela, na kwambia mtizi wangu siamneni huyo msela. Check mtizi wangu nisha shika bendera, watumina kukupendo hata kawa na nikera. Ama vipi RIC wacha moto wake, tadhane ni mavumba. Hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop,
hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop. Na check 1 2 kama kawa says stop. Crystal back then kaka shipela, this crazy time na briefcase kwenye machela. Kama ni time unapata hera, uwe na dime so sijensia mahela. Free kurise, neno free kwenye mahewa, uhai milele furaha tele bora kupewa. Ni wengi machizi kwenye majela, uadilifu usikize wala sitera, uongozi wa Mola kama Mandela. Respect emperor majesty msela, freedom your mind ndo mwanzo agenda. Rising sun kweli eneza, speed my rhymes intellectual tukitengeza. Confusionalize munazopenda ndo mwanzo tunaponda, watu will sio pretender, ukweli tunatembeza. Respect onyesha kama kawa, Molana prayers kwake zita kata mapresha. Kama unapenda hip hop tuko na mshikaji wangu ile mbaya. Kama baya basi washa fire, ni JUDG ina RIC mambo baya. Kama unapenda hip hop tuko na mshikaji wangu ile mbaya. Kama baya basi washa fire, ni JUDG ina RIC mambo baya. Kama unapenda hip hop tuko na mshikaji wangu ile mbaya. Kama baya basi washa fire, JUDG ina RIC mambo baya. Kama unapenda hip hop tuko na mshikaji wangu ile mbaya. Kama baya basi washa fire, JUDG ina RIC mambo baya.
Leo Kali Kala Moto na nafsuru Rice Bile Kulu.
Afrika simama, sauti moja ongea. Simama, ongea,
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Waza bana, hii ni Power Radio.
Yes sir.
Your number one only radio station hapa sikuambia.
Tune in and power up.
I'm your main man Elijah Moz alongside the other main man
DJ CJ.
Yeah, and we have somebody very powerful up at the power seat.
Yeah man.
Maybe he can introduce himself.
Comrades Power, as we say.
Comrades Power.
Viva.
Irungo Houghton, Amnesty International Kenya, Executive Director.
Yeah.
And, also a protester.
Such an honor to have you here.
Thank you.
I can't stop smiling. I've seen some bruises on your hand.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
So 500 plus women gathered in Jivanji this morning.
Yes.
We joined them as Amnesty International. We are part of the End Femicide campaign.
Yes.
And also we are part of the Humanism ID campaign. What we say is that actually nobody should be discriminated on the basis of their identity.
Yes.
Or on the basis of their class or their gender.
Yeah.
And we are very concerned about what's happening in this country with
Yes.
regards to the levels of violence.
Yeah.
We're told by the police officially that 97 women have been brutally murdered, sexually assaulted, and even dismembered within 90 days. That's one woman every day.
90 days?
90 days.
Okay.
Now, if you remember back in February, women's organizations, they came out, they marched in February, they brought 10,000 people onto the streets of like 10 counties. And they said this needs action. There was no response from the office of the president.
True.
There was no response from the National Assembly.
Yes.
The National Police Service did not respond. Here we are 10 months later. And we are now looking at the figures again, and we are saying, for those of us, Amnesty and others, it is unacceptable for women and girls to be targeted. Furthermore, it is unacceptable even for men and boys to be targeted.
True. Okay.
We committed ourselves to a life without pain, without injury, without the threats to our lives. And we have to say, stop killing women.
So, as Amnesty, how has your year been like for human rights, considering we had the protest this year, comparing to the other years?
No, I think this has been a very intense year for Kenyans. And there are moments when, we lurched between constitutionalism, authoritarianism, and even anarchy. And as Amnesty, we are a rule of law organization. We believe in human rights. We believe in the Constitution. We know that nothing comes from violence. But it is extremely important at a time like this for the government of Kenya to listen carefully to its population. And what we saw was a rebellion, not just against the finance bill, but also against corruption, against public participation that is not respected. And I think, for any leader, both in executive and in the parliament, there was an opportunity to course correct.
True.
To say that we have gone in the wrong direction. And therefore we need to essentially pull back and reconnect ourselves to the base. This was a government that prided itself on connecting with the base. It talked about the hustler nation. It is
Bottom up.
Bottom up. It was that hustler nation that stormed Parliament on June the 25th.
True.
And we have to say there is no clearer evidence that we must have, not just as government officers, but even as citizens, that Kenya can only move forward if there is respect for the rule of law, there is an end to corruption, there is respect for human rights, and also allow us to breathe a little bit. Today, hundreds of women and men were tear gassed for simply saying the same thing that the president has said, which is femicide is unacceptable. But yet we were tear gassed. I spent a few hours with a few protesters in Central. And we took the opportunity to educate ourselves on human rights. Of course, today is International Human Rights Day. So what we have to say is that this kind of behavior is not consistent with a democratic nation or a government that respects human rights.
It's funny because during the State of the Nation, the president assigned 100 million to end femicide. Yet, people who are clamoring for the same statement are being tear gassed. Do we trust his word or his actions? From where you sit?
I think for the protesters who are tear gassed today, they must be very confused because they came in good faith. The notification was given to the Regional Police Command on the 4th of December. I've seen that letter. I presented it to the OCS and to the sub-commander this morning. They were completely peaceful. There were marshals. And in fact, they had even gone to the trouble of buying people T-shirts. So you
for identity.
For identity. What happened? They were tear gassed by officers without uniforms. So it's a very strange situation in this country where protesters put on uniforms to protest so that the police know these are legitimate, non-violent protesters, and then they're attacked by people who we cannot recognize from any other part of the society.
And you've told us about the rule of law. In your own opinion, how do you think we can get the police to respect the rule of law? How can we do that?
So as Amnesty International, we have called for a commission of inquiry or an international tribunal to basically understand the excessive use of force, the deliberate use of non-uniformed officers, and the deaths that we have seen over the last 6 months. We are very concerned about the abductions, 73 in number, and many of them, from the testimonies we have heard, did not take place in consistent with our laws. Officers covered themselves with balaclavas. They used military-grade weapons on bloggers and young activists, many of whom have no criminal record.
Yeah.
They have no history of violence or any form of state rebellion.
Yes.
But the level of violence that was used is just really shocking. So the first thing I think we have to have, and this is important for the government to be able to cleanse itself, to
Yes.
say that actually our hands are clean.
Yeah.
Is a commission of inquiry.
Yeah.
The second thing is we have to see the disbandment of these snatch and grab units that have been responsible for the abductions.
Yes.
In many cases, it does not seem that they are answering to the chain of command that
Yeah.
is that we know.
Yeah,
That,
yeah.
And I was with 1 week ago. I was with the Inspector General, with the two Deputy Inspector Generals.
Yes.
And that is the authority of the National Police Service.
Yes, as we know it.
As we know it.
Yes.
This other, non-uniformed officers who are using vehicles that don't have license plates, they're taking people to not police stations but to black sites and homes that are just not recognizable in a court of law. This is a very disturbing development. So I think we have to say, disband this unit.
Yeah.
So
hold the officers accountable.
But we had been told that they had been disbanded.
Yeah. Where do they get their orders from? If it's not.
And
from
who
the
are they
commission?
serving?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think your question is as good as the question we have been asking the police. Because we know the law. The law is very clear
Yes.
in terms of the chain of command.
Yeah.
So it either is the case that the Inspector General
Yes.
is in charge,
Yeah.
or he's not, and the responsibility will lie as it is.
Yeah.
If he is not responsible, then there is another responsibility that comes with
Yes.
essentially keeping citizens safe
Yeah.
from unidentified officers. As I said, this morning we were more protesters were in uniform than police
Than the
officers.
police officers. I've heard you giving your story on the stage, and there's this professor that you said you were in the cells with. Tell us about the environment in the cell and what was the spirit of the people? Were they feeling like they are broken because of this? Are they disappointed, or is pressure inapanda?
No, I think there was a moment of acceptance and there was a moment of calm.
All right.
Right. So I was in a cell with 6 others.
Yes.
Again, many of them were much younger than me.
Yeah.
Even half my age.
Yeah.
And we spent the time that we were there essentially educating ourselves. Why had we gone on the demonstration?
Yeah.
Why is it important for you as a 25-year-old
Yeah.
to be concerned about femicide?
True.
And because we were all men, there was
Yeah.
a special dynamic there because
Yes.
the demonstration was largely led by women today.
Yes.
But in our cell, we were
Yeah.
mostly men. So
Yeah.
we asked ourselves, is this the country, as Kenyan men, that we want to leave to our children, to our
daughters,
to each others,
Yes.
to our daughters, to our sons?
Yeah.
So I think the point there is always that, when oppression happens, when human rights violations take place,
Yes.
don't expect the people whose rights are being violated to respond. Kenyans are basically caring and compassionate people.
Yes,
So
yes.
Kenyan men are concerned
Yeah.
about what's happening to women.
Yes.
Right? Now, of course, there are some men who don't care.
Yeah.
But those are not the men we concentrate on.
Oh, yes.
So I guess when we were in that space, we
Yeah.
took the opportunity to do some civic education, if I can
Yes,
put it
yes.
that way. Professor Julius Kamau, as I call him,
Yes.
is a serial protester.
Okay.
He is the most harmless yet the most important person on the right to assembly because he believes fundamentally in his bones that the Article 37 is one of our most important rights. So you will see him at many of the protests.
Yes.
He takes the opportunity to educate.
Yeah.
I've never seen him carry a stone.
Yeah.
I've never seen him carry any form of weapon. He is well mannered. He is polite.
Yes.
And he basically takes the opportunity to educate people on their rights.
Yeah.
And I think, for people like him, we have to find ways of giving them platforms so that they can raise the quality of human rights, not just on International Human Rights Day today, but actually throughout the year.
Yeah.
Julius was also named, like me, was named as one of Kenya's top 100 Kenyans.
All right.
So he has been recognized for his work.
Yes.
And
yes.
I think
Congratulations to him.
I was just so honored to share a cell with him.
And congratulations to you as well for being recognized in that space.
Thank you.
As we commemorate this day and looking at the developments and the attitude of government towards the civil society, we appreciate this, that we have come a long way. What is it that you desire to see in this coming year as we usher in the new year?
So I think 2024 was a very intense year. It was a very brutal year.
Yes.
There were many human rights violations.
Yeah.
we struggled as a nation. And I know for the international community, they have been very fearful of our ability to be able to continue to raise our head above the region.
Yes.
So I think there needs to be more dialogue between those people in the state and civil society. There must be more respect for citizens' rights.
Yes.
If you cannot speak, if you cannot walk in the streets of Nairobi with a placard, if you cannot associate freely, then you're not a human being.
True.
I mean, the only thing that differentiates us from animals is that we are essentially able to speak for ourselves, we're able to act for ourselves, and we're able to work with others collectively. And I think that is my message for the country. Over 2025, we have to see an expansion of those rights and freedoms. Otherwise, in a sense, I have a feeling that the pressure will take us in a different direction.
Yes.
Because already we are starting to see so much violence. And the thing about violence, most conflict people will tell you, is that it actually produces more violence.
Of course.
Because people get used to it.
Yes.
So there is a collective trauma that we must get rid of in 2025. Having said that, I am hopeful, I am passionate, and I am not tired.
Okay, one last question about educating people on their rights. Do you have any grassroots initiatives? Because mostly we see Amnesty International in these kinds of events. Like I've never seen Amnesty in Dandora. Maybe I'm not keen.
We should invite you. So we
Mm.
regularly reach up to 2,000 students, probably every week or every second week, through our education programs. So we have a human rights program that runs through about 110, 111 now, clubs and chapters all over the country. So we are membership organizations. So in fact, one of the nicest moments was in the cell when the last inmate came in. He said to me, actually, Bwana Director, I'm your member. So I said, you're not just my membership, you are also my boss.
Yes. Is the membership free?
It's not free, but it is. We have two categories. We have what we call supporters. That's free. You can go to our website, amnestykenya.org, and sign any of the petitions there. We have petitions on child rights, on the right to protest, and various other rights. Or you can become a member. And membership is really between the range of about 500 shillings, and I think it's 2,000 shillings is the major one. We just this year introduced a life member category, 100,000 shillings. So we are starting to see people getting interest in contributing. And of course, all the money that we get goes to the ground. It does not go to pay my salary. That thankfully is paid by another budget. And so is the rest of the staff. But it's really going to where the front line is.
It's been really nice having you here.
Thank you.
I know you are busy man.
We have been waiting for so long.
We have an event.
I hope we'll work together in future. We really want to work with you guys, Power Radio here.
Especially on that school program.
We should talk.
Because we are very keen on that.
And so I should mention, you know, today is the end of 16 days of activism.
Yes.
Do you know I started the first day of activism with Power Radio? Because I was at the event that was organized on Friday, I think it was the 25th. And we talked about an end to femicide. So it is glad that we have come full circle. I thank Power Radio not to be tired of me that you at the end.
We are never getting
Lastly, just to say to all your viewers and to your listeners, happy International Human Rights Day. Let us continue to organize. Let us continue to mobilize. Let us continue to protect each other.
True. Okay. Thank you so much, Irongo.
We'll go inside now.
Thank you.
Hata nimesahau slogan. Slogan ya leo ni our rights, our future right now.
Yes, sir.
Future ni tangwaje kwa Kiswahili? Nimejaribu kutranslate kitu.
Siku za usoni.
Haki yetu
siku za usoni
sasa hivi. Maze tumekuwa na msee wa power sana.
Man, the country director for Amnesty International Hilton ni Hatton. Hatton Irongo.
Si nilikwambia kiti hata si tukaliangi. Unaona tumekalia kiti. Inakuwa moto. Anyway, tukiendelea kujibamba na siku ya leo. Tusahau wase wamekuwa hiyo demonstration huko tawawe na wameshikwa wamefanya mbaya pia.
Poleni sana wase pia wameumia.
Bana.
But the good thing is that I've heard that they have made sure that kila msee ametolewa.
But ni mbaya sana.
It's just
unaenda na placard unapigwa. Unajua? Sasa ungeenda na mawe.
Ndio nilikuwa nakuuliza aje. The people who are asking for the country to be better are the ones who are being arrested.
Bana.
The ones who are looting and destroying the country are the ones who are being protected.
Bana.
Really?
Bana tunataka kuingia lunch.
Yeah,
alafu after hapo kutakuwa na panel discussion.
Yes.
Kutakuwa na show ya muziki.
Yeah.
Yani mwambia Gravity wako kwa keja. Kuna wasanii wa nguvu sana.
Mufasa in the house. By the way tumetoka kucheki the traveling theater.
Show ilikuwaje?
They have done a piece on how police generally treats the like mse ameenda anataka kuprotest juu ya kitu. Hakuwa ameprotest, hata walikuwa tu wana discuss, ameabductiwa. Mamake amekuja kunini
ameshikwa pia.
Yeah, so
guilty by association.
It is basically what the kind of experiences that we are going through in this era.
Yeah.
And as I always say, I love art because it gives you the message.
Yeah, kweli.
Bila kukuuma. Wewe kikuuma wewe jua wewe uko guilty.
Bana.
Yeah, man.
Sahau leo ni International Human Rights Day.
Yes, sir.
Tuko National Museums of Kenya.
Yeah, man.
Tuna celebrate hiyo siku.
Yeah, man.
Bado tukimaliza the 16 days of activism.
Yes.
Yenye ilikuwa inagusia story na GBV, femicide, SGBV.
Yeah, man.
Bana jo tuchungane. Be your brother's keeper.
As always.
Na kunanga mtu perfect. Just try to be human. Kila mtu ana flaws zake.
Yeah, I think we like we are in a position where saizi unaambia msee hata kama wewe si msee mpoa, at least angalia tu haki za binadamu mwenzako. Hizo zingine wewe utadeal na mambo mengine, lakini at least just keep it within your borders. The moment umevuka kwa hiyo border ya msee mwingine, sasa hapo umeanza kudhokia.
Bana, acha tuendeo Britha tukaminya hata sisi.
Yeah, man.
Alafu tukirudi kutakuwa na hiyo panel discussion. Msahau ni Power Radio. You are number one online radio station hapa, sukwambiaje?
Tune in and power up.
I've been your main man Elijah Moz alongside the other main man
DJ CJ.
Bana, namwambie jo akivaa suti hivyo next time ana interviewiwa. Huta tu confuse hapa wewe. Wajawa strong.
Adios.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
I found my place in an empty jar of hearts. Said I was crazy cause I fell in love. How amazing, I was like a dove. But the air above couldn't find a place for art. We had, but our voices we asked, why could they not be heard? In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do, with pages black and blue. Storytelling for the young at heart. A story is told of a man who had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. All he did was gather man
masses. Lie and cheat so he could pay no taxes. Greed and power were the basis of his life. The heartless, great minds corrupted by hate. The lies we've been told from the days of the old were to keep us from seeing the state of our being. In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. 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 In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. In the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue.
Tunakumbuka Kalamashaka ukikwambia ni wakati, alafu tukarudi na kama tukakwambia angalia saa. Just in case huko unakumbuka, basi saizi tumerudi na ingine ya tatu. Mimi sijui kama unajua, lakini pengine time imepita. Hii ni mpya inaitwa muda umewadia mzee.
Nimepata tabu Kanimrod akiunda Town of Babel. Mwanangu ni treni na kam, yo light iko mwisho wa tunnel. Tumetoka the other side of Sahara juu ya makamel na pindi kuingia English Channel. Wacha kuina kibonga sheng ndani ya Buckingham Palace. Na chafua paraha ninga mna Chavez na jeshi ya Kawangware. Kaa kwenyu ni kare, mimi Mkenya natoka nowhere. Kule kuishi ni courage, kule nyu pagabe nyokota hii talent. Kaeni ridho, ame kwe head on collision. Amka kauko kwa dream ya Martins baka sa tupatie vision. Sembe liiva hata kali tuvunjia mwiko atu people. Kenya mamangu babangu na hata sina katiplo. Ushauri ni moyo kauna maringo na kuone huruma nikiwa John Saga. Wakitoka kia Michael job ya kwanza ka John Disho.
Kwa Wakenya kujivunia, wazalendo kujiamulia, kwani Kenya kumepambazuka.
Hii ni era vijana, mimi naona kaa tunaziba. Sababu miki pof naishi ndani ya golf. Time set it off. Speed 270 kaa Dennis ndani ya Nantel. Nipate ndani ya hama na virago nikihama toka Semze Ghetto. Nikitinga side za Karen na mkononi pistol. Pissed off na uongozi unaonirudisha nyuma. Gurudumu umelishika unaniforce kusukuma. Hakuna kurudi nyuma, hii ni cry of a nation. Car news Sunday Nation Revolution ndiyo hii. Sababu mbuyu kaharibu na skuli zima swali. Sababu staki majibu toka taratibu.
From sunrise to
10 ndio isije ika happen tena. Tugutuke tusimamishe antena. Tuanze vema siku njema 2007.
You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the
nigga. Ukakosa kuamini. You say you wanna bam bam with me. You say you wanna chop my money. You say you wanna call me daddy. I can be a sugar daddy, mama. I can put you on top. I put you in the song. Yeah. Baby, chocolate. Don't stop. 'Cause you're the sauce on top. Baby. Extra pressure, baby, when you whine and pause. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. You're killing the boy. Extra pressure, baby, when you whine and pause. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. More again.
This is Hendrix Sound.
Halo, halo, nimekuja na tangazo. Muoneni kwa macho. Ameifunga milango ya roho yangu mama. Girl, I wanna show you up, show you up, show you up. Unawa finish kumalo. Girl, I wanna show you up, show you up, show you up. Unawa finish kumalo. No, 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 no. Roho zimegongana. Hii ni ajali ya mapenzi. Si tulishapendana. Ananienzi na muenzi. Alivyoumbika mashallah. Katoto kanyota yani star. Kanaleta mwangaza. Sitaki kupoteza magita. Wacha niringie dunia. Halo, halo, nimekuja na tangazo. Muoneni kwa macho. Ameifunga milango ya roho yangu mama. Girl, I wanna show you up, show you up, show you up. Unawa finish kumalo. Girl, I wanna show you up, show you up, show you up. Unawa finish kumalo. Mapenzi yamejaa kwa hewa. Zima tana upunguze AC. Ni nani aliyekukera? Anaishi wapi nimtumie jeshi? Liapa sitapenda tena. Lakini leo nafungua kesi. Songea karibu upesi. Sensi jukatie tu kuna 0 sentimita. Hakuna kilomita. Kiuno chako kinanita naitika. Moyo wangu sinyorita. Kati yetu kuna 0 sentimita. Hakuna kilomita. Kiuno chako kinanita naitika. Moyo wangu sinyorita. Halo, halo, nimekuja na tangazo. Muoneni kwa macho. Ameifunga milango ya roho yangu mama. Girl, I wanna show you up, show you up, show you up. Unawa finish kumalo. Girl, I wanna show you up, show you up, show you up. Unawa finish kumalo.
I think we fell in love too fast. African nights in a cool rush. And I remember you refused to kiss me. And now you're using my toothbrush. You say you think I talk too much. That I'm not.
Good afternoon, and we are now starting the second part of today's International Human Rights Day celebration. And I want to request that you kindly rise on your feet so that we do the first stanza of the national anthem, and then the DJ will give us the East African anthem. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na Remain standing.
Mungu twaomba unilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu.
We are going to have the University of Nairobi, the Theatre of the Absurd. I think they are ready, and we'll start with them. After that, we will take the addresses and speeches and remarks from our invited guests as provided for in the program, and we will be observing the protocols and to establish them. After that, we will go into the panel discussion, and then the discussion that follows thereafter, the Q&A, and after that we'll have the vote of thanks from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. So feel welcome. We have had a very powerful and, a power-packed morning. We have had the testimonies from survivors and victims of human rights violations. And the theme, the focus of this year's International Human Rights Day, as you can see on the program, is really to say that what we do now is what is going to secure the future of human rights in the country. And so the focus is how do we use the International Human Rights Day to refocus, redouble the energies and efforts on human rights protection, defense, and promotion, so that we can be able to secure the future of human rights and democracy in our country and globally. So that is why we are here today, and we'll be focusing on that. I'll be introducing the members of the panel, but I want to know now if the Theatre of the Absurd are ready. Teddy, if you tell me, we will now get the Theatre of the Absurd, and after that, we'll go into the remarks of the invited and the guests, chief guests of the day. Good.
Hello, everyone. My name is Beverly Ngoka. I am the production manager and cast manager at Theatre of the Absurd at the University of Nairobi. So before we perform a very short skit, I just wanted to thank everyone for being here today. It is a privilege to stand before you today representing Theatre of the Absurd and our partners, Madage Media. And as we commemorate this year's Human Rights Day under the theme, Our Rights, Our Future, Right Now. Now, the past year has been challenging for a lot of us in very different ways in Kenya. And we have seen a lot of things happening, from the pain of the lost lives due to police brutality and now femicide. And one thing that has really stuck out in all these problems and trials that we've gone through is that we've all emerged as heroes. Having this platform today, those people are our heroes. When you are out in the protests recording and all that and protesting, you are heroes. And I just wanted to say that your impact was felt, and we really appreciate everyone who turned out. Now, as theatre, our contribution to all this, we made our contribution through art. And for Theatre of the Absurd, we recently staged a play that was around all the conversations that were going on in the country. And the response was overwhelming. People came, we cried, we laughed, we reflected and all that. And we are going to be having a rerun of our show in January. And we invite you all to come and to watch and to reflect and all that. And of course, we can't finish this day without remembering the ladies who've lost their lives to femicide and everyone who's on the street right now. And I just wanted to remind you all that in whatever you're doing, the small thing that you're doing or the big thing that you're doing, your voice really matters. But I'm not the person that you came to listen to or to watch. So I'm now going to invite the Theatre of the Absurd with this amazing skit. Remember our rights, our lives, our future, right now.
Soda maji biscuit. Soda maji biscuit. Maji baridi, maji
Cheki fala mekam na mezuba na cheki ati Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja. Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja. Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja. Cheki fala mekam na mezuba na cheki ati Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja. Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja. Subaru Mambaru mekam na meja. Kam na kinini kibukudu. Young man, kam na kinini. We told you, do not hope things without our permission. Why are you hawking water without? Who has told you people are thirsty? Kwani siongee tu lugha naelewa bana. Lugha gani unaelewa? Ongea Kiswahili bana. Wewe kwa nini unahofu maji ya kunywa? Nani amekuambia kuna kiu? Sio watu wote wako na kiu hapa. Nilikuambia hii biashara yako inafaa ulipie, umelipia NSSF. Pay as you earn tax. Wewe uko na shift. Captain. Chef. Wewe huna kitu, wewe umelipia nini? Captain. Everyone has a right and freedom to be free from torture. Very good. You are torturing my presence here by not paying for what I want. I want to discrimination. Discrimination of stop discriminating my life. Wewe. I want to protect your business. 5,000 shillings.
up. When me set it, you have it. Pick up. So when me set it, you have it. Speak up.
Nige ni chape chape, chape chape ni setie ni shande shande, shande shande. Goja mapikin baka lale anguka nayo twende down niche down kwa carpet. Bad girl kariri nafanya na kam esa. Only fun mindo recording hizo videsa. Dema uru lakini ni peng makutesa. Don Julio ananyanyanga bila chesa. Namba uno mini mzinga na ninam. Nikikama tupotezi idha ati. Namba uno mini mzinga na ninam. Nikikama tupotezi idha.
When me drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what you prefer. Put your money where your mouth on there, yeah, that's what me prefer. Set it, pick up. Set it, pick up. When me set it, you have it. Pick up. So when me set it, you have it.
You have entertained us. I have never been entertained this way in my life.
That's what I do.
That's what you do.
That's what I do.
On the streets, entertaining us. What is wrong with you? Umechoka. Wewe. Kwa nini umechosha serikali? Why are you making the government tired? Why are you making the government tired?
Afande, mimi hata nimewaita hapa.
Why are you tired?
Nasi amekuja kudance mtoke.
Wewe. Ati umekuja kudance? Wewe zimekutoka.
Umekuja kudance kutoke.
Wewe zimekutoka. I'm okay. Oh. Wewe audience. In me. iPhone. iPhone. Hiyo imezunguka iPhone.
Afande, what is this?
What is this?
A ring light.
Ring light. It rings light in your life. Oh, okay. Why are you recording yourself in public?
But I have free will, I have freedom of movement.
Freedom of what?
Movement.
I am also within my right to apply for.
What for? Afande, listen very carefully. If you think you will come to my place and try to vandalize my property, I shall not accept it. I know my constitutional right. I have free will to own property.
You know what?
My constitutional right.
You know your constitutional right.
Yes.
Kama ile siku walikuwa wanaapisha, Biblia iliinuliwa kando, wakafungua peji ya kwanza, wakaweka kando. Wakainua constitution, wakafungua page 1, 2, 3, 4, wakaweka kando. Sasa wameinua kisu, bado kisu imeshikwa hivi. Wewe,
That's all you know. Yes. Our lives. Everybody is watching. Afande, msishike.
guys, we are like, hi people. That's enough. That's the meaning of business. That's the meaning. Afande, can you start?
What is this?
Where?
Afande, don't touch me.
We want what? What?
Express mistake. That a person has freedom to equality and to believe in discrimination.
Yes. Freedom to equality. I want you to equate why you are recording yourself without permission. Nipatie 5,000 shillings.
Do we need permission to record ourselves in the street? Do we? Our news record things from the air. Do they get permission to record?
Hawa wanakudanganya, hawa wataenda home, watakuacha hapa. Hawa. 5,000 shillings.
No. For what?
Where?
Do not take my iPhone! Afande!
Master!
You will pay!
Captain!
You will pay! You will pay! Sammy Ledu.
with a conducive environment.
We want to provide a conducive environment for your workspace by protecting you. Any other rights? Kompyuta yako
What unaweza afford?
siwezi, ndio maana nimechukua.
No, not my laptop. The only source of income that I have. Wango. I have worked so hard to get that laptop, especially after this same system. Walikuja kwetu, wakatufukuza kwetu kwa land yetu in the name of eviction. I lost the two most important people in my life. My parents. They didn't even care that I was just 10 years old. And they left me with a scar that forever can't sleep. Mama and Papa were the only people who cared about me and supported me. Nakumbuka nikiwaambia siku moja nitajenga nyumba kubwa yenye iko na 2 computers. Na hawakunicheka despite me being a kid. They entertained my delusions. So, for this system to come and take things from me, it would even work so hard kupata. See, mimi watanipata kwa your police station. Whether they like it or not, they will give me back my laptop.
You right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, ra. You know you are right. Iko hivyo? Unajua afande hizi vitu saa zingine iko hivyo? Hivyo iko sawa? Wewe?
Yes, sir.
Wewe?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
I see the Kenyan flag, sir.
What does the Kenyan flag symbolize?
A representation of the Kenyan people and a symbol of national unity, sir.
A representation of the Kenyan people and a symbol of national unity, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good. What colors are you seeing?
Black, sir.
What does black stand for?
Black stands for the color of the people of Kenya, sir.
Good. What does red stand for?
Red stands for the blood shed by ancestors fighting for independence, sir.
This blood that is shed, is it just shed by the ancestors or it's just been shed like right now?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know, sir. You will know. What of green?
Green represents the color of our country, sir.
The color of our country. Vegetation, right?
Yes, sir.
Holy summer. What of white?
White is for peace, sir.
Peace?
Yes, sir.
Are we peaceful?
Yes, sir.
Are we peaceful?
I believe so, sir.
Are we peaceful?
I believe so, sir.
This is not a symbol of national unity, but a symbol of disunity. Ukiona mtoto mdogo na regarega na flag, huyo ni threat, unapiga risasi. Unafanya nini? This flag is a threat. If you see anyone with red, white, black, red, down with officers! Down with impunity! Down with oppression! Down with tyranny! Tupeni vitu zetu! Wewe! Wacha nguvu mingi! Punguza pressure! Umeongea imekutoka, sasa ni wakati wangu. Wewe! Toka! Sitoki! Toka!
Sitoki bila vitu zangu.
Unataka nini?
Nataka vitu ulichukua.
Vitu gani? Kuna vitu aina mingi huwa nachukua. Wewe ulichukua gani? Wewe ulichukua gani?
Oh, utapewa. Kwa useme unataka nini?
My MacBook.
Your MacBook. Are you a teacher?
Captain, si tu compromise tuwape vitu zao.
Don't compromise with my work, please. Where? What do you want?
My iPhone.
Your iPhone. How much of the iPhone? Hey, what your iPhone? Okay. Your MacBook. Vitu za kuuza zako?
iPhone.
iPhone. Afande kuja tulete.
Victory Viva! Freedom! Captain, you're pointing a gun at the citizen of Kenya.
Wewe, these are not normal citizens. Hawa ni waani hatari.
Yes.
Toka.
Out.
Out. Toka.
No.
Toka. Okay. Okay. Wewe una
Hapana. Hapana.
Ulianza kwa wajanja.
Every citizen has the right to assemble, to demonstrate, to coalition, to coordinate. Yes, sir.
This guy with this good has gone through and her and him. Dude, for us.
This is what is happening at the Central Police.
Why are you recording us?
Why are you Viva!
Viva! Why are you recording us? Can you go home? Go home! Why are you recording us? Wewe, why are you?
Maji yangu wapi?
Shika your phone. Can you go home?
I'm not going.
Wewe,
Maji yangu.
maji iko mingi kwa mtoni.
Nataka yangu.
Nairobi River siku hizi imesafishwa. Enda toka.
Nataka yangu.
Nini? Toka tafuta maji kwa mtoni. Toka. Toka. What? Ako wapi? Shika maji. Kaoge. Yeah! Shika jinsi.
Ignited by furious flames.
We are bound by a common enemy. In a world where the laws hold hand,
Tyrannically grips the soil of our ancestors.
we stand defiant against the gate. For our birthright, unite by faith. Funny spins the tale of wrong and right. But our young unbent, unbound, see the justice baked in a cloud. Who are you to say we cannot claim the earth beneath our feet? The sky and plain.
Undugu ndio nguvu, chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe, lazima tuungane tuijenge
The system is blind to our plight, but our voices now burn with a blinding light. A chorus of fury, of right and shame, a storm in the making, untamed, unashamed. We are the lightning that splits the air. The rain will drown, oppression stare. Every step a promise, every voice a claim. With every footfall, the wind rides higher.
Our hands are lightning, our souls an inextinguishable inferno.
To take what is ours. Justice has no pride, only the will to rise.
Big applause, big power. Very much, very much. Thank you very much. Let's give them a better applause, a better applause, a better applause, better applause, better applause. Shows you that the power of standing for our rights and what that yields for the country. So we are now going to the next part of the program, and we've done a few adjustments, and we will announce what the adjustments are. We are now going to get remarks. We are going into the session where we are going to get remarks. And to start us off this afternoon, we are going to get remarks from our comrade who spoke to us in the morning after coming from Central Police Station, representing the Missing Voices Coalition, the Director of Amnesty, our comrade Irungu Auton. Thank you very much.
Comrades power. Comrades power. One of the things I like about any meeting that Cyprian organizes is that he somehow makes sure that the recorded version of the two anthems fail. And it allows us to sing the national anthem. Because I think too many times we have got used to these processes like they are rituals. They don't mean things to us. So by singing those words, we fortify ourselves in terms of human rights. Allow me to be very quick in the opening remarks. I stand here not as the Executive Director of Amnesty International or a former inmate of Central Police Station. I stand on behalf of the many organizations that are part of the Missing Voices Coalition. This is a coalition that has been around for 10 years. Organizations like IJM, the Social Justice Working Group, Haki Africa, Defenders Coalition, the Protection International, the PBI, Muhuri, Kenya Human Rights Commission, ICJ, ICJT, the Human Rights Watch, the Committee for Code for Africa, and Depot Dev, as well as Amnesty and Heinrich Böll Stiftung. As organizations, we have for close to a decade now been recording and advocating against extrajudicial killings. We have been advocating against enforced disappearances. This is work that we have done much with very little resources, and to say the least, this year has been probably the most challenging. 2024 has been a very difficult year. If you read the Civicus report that was released last week, we have struggled in places like Sudan, the Ukraine, in Gaza, now in Syria, and other places. 62% is the figure increase in the number of civilian casualties since 2022. Imagine, the number of civilian casualties, I did not say military personnel, civilian against climate chaos. This was the year when we began to look again at violence against women. We marched, 10,000 of us marched in February. The president did not respond. The National Assembly did not even have a hearing on the topic. We called for new laws to deal with femicide. They ignored it. The National Police Service took no action. 10 months later, we are now hearing the 97 women over 90 days have been brutalized, murdered, decapitated, and even worse. And the question we have to ask ourselves is, what will it take before all Kenyans are safe? What will it take for all of us to be dignified and for nobody to fear the violence that can come even from a loved one or in our homes? International Human Rights Day is a moment for celebration also. This is the year when we discovered Mercy Tarus. Long live Mercy Tarus, the young university student who wanted to go study, and corruption robbed her and hundreds of other students of that opportunity. This was the year that we discovered the name Hanifa for many of us. Long live the courage of Hanifa. Hanifa collected money from the public, she accounted for it, and she made sure that as many people could benefit as possible from those medical support that they needed. For many of us, we knew the names Hussein Khalid and the names Boniface Mwangi. But I can assure you there's a whole new generation that discovered those two men. Long live Hussein, long live Boniface. Long live. And for those of you here, because as I see you, I know you are like that Professor Julius Kamau. You are serial protesters. So I just want to honor you and just say, long live everybody in this room, long live. Let me just touch on a few other quick issues before I take up too much time. This is the year when we managed to convict the killer of Elizabeth Ekaro, a women human rights defender, within a very short period of time comparative to the cases that we have been hearing. This is the year that we convicted Jackson Odhiambo for the killing of Chiloba, who was killed last year, a gay activist, and he was killed by an intimate spouse, very much in the same way that women are being stalked today by their intimate spouses. A month ago, we celebrated the graduation of 29 death row prisoners with degrees, law degrees, from the University of London. And they come out in the next few weeks, many of them, as lawyers. Well, you can do better than that. You can do better than that. Imagine being in a maximum security prison with everybody telling you, you will die here. Even if we don't execute people anymore under the death penalty, you will grow old and you will die here. Why bother to do a degree? And these 29 men and women went ahead and finished their degrees. And on, I think it was on Friday last week, Okumu, one of those death row prisoners who's now released, he was actually admitted to the bar and will be practicing in a court of law very soon. Spare a moment for Nelson Amenya. I know some of you are saying, Amenya Nani? You have heard of Adani. This is the man that brought a president to his senses. That to involve our only major international airport in a deal that was so smelly that it could be smelt in New York and in India and other places, that we have no business giving business to companies that do not follow procedures under our laws. Nelson Amanyi is the person behind the stopping of the Adani deal. Nobody else. I'm coming to an end. This is the year, historically, that we managed to prosecute a case under the International Crimes Act for the killing of baby Pendo. 47 crimes against humanity were committed in places like Kondele and other communities within Kisumu. And that case, 2017, has come into our courts several times this year. And I want you all in the new year to watch what happens with that case. Because we are starting to see signs that the Office of the Director of Prosecutions are beginning to go cold on that case. And I'm not saying things publicly that I've not said privately to the office. So even if they're watching me now, I have to say this is the dividing line between a country that respects, that accepts, and that holds officers accountable for abusing their office. If we cannot do this for the case of baby Pendo in 2017, how are we going to get justice for all the people who fell this year? So we have to watch that case because there's another case that we are hoping we can bring. Let me end by just saying this, that for some of us, those of us in this room, those of us here at the International Human Rights Day and elsewhere, no scream is too silent. No bruise is too invisible. There is no one here that is too busy to ignore the violence and the human rights discrimination that might be happening in this country. So I ask you to remain vigilant like you remained vigilant this year. And I ask you lastly to recall the words of a former anti-slavery campaigner, Frederick Douglass. I'm going to change it slightly. Because what he said is that justice only breathes in the presence of an organized public demand for human rights. And that breath is now in this room. Look at each other. If you are doubting that I'm talking to you, look at the person next to you. Tell them you are the breath of air this country needs. You are the courage this country needs.
Courage this country needs.
There is nobody else that is necessary but you. Thank you very much, everybody.
You are the courage that this country needs. Is that what he said? Thank you very much. My comrade, Irungu Houghton. Amongst our chief guests this afternoon is the UN resident coordinator in Kenya, Dr. Stephen Jackson, who is very loved and liked in many parts of this country because he has spent his time to work with very many communities. How many of you know Dr. Stephen Jackson? I hope Dr. Stephen would look behind. Let's give him a big clap, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen. No. I'm establishing the protocols. We have amongst us the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the UN Deputy Regional Representatives in Kenya, Memushka Lauriston, who is also in the room. She's right here. Thank you so much, Memushka. We are also honored this afternoon amongst us to have the commissioner from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, our beloved and cherished commissioner, Honorable Sarah Bonaya, who is right in the room representing the chair, Advocate Roslyn Odede. And we have just been addressed by our comrade, our own leader, the director of Amnesty International, Irungu Houghton, who has just addressed us. Please, let's give him another round of applause. When we go to the panel later, I'll be giving you the names of our comrades and our representatives from the duty bearers and also from our community human rights defenders. At this stage, I am now very pleased to invite to address us the UN Deputy Regional Representative in Kenya, Memushka Lorstone. Please join me in welcoming her to address us.
Dear colleagues, thank you very, very, very much. I'm very pleased to see that this event is so well attended. It is today my duty to, on behalf of the High Commissioner, the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, to wish you a very happy Human Rights Day. We're gathered today because we're celebrating the 76th anniversary of the Universal Declaration for Human Rights. Let us remember that the fight for human rights is a daily struggle, and that it is our common responsibility to stand up for human rights for all. It is now my duty and responsibility and honor to read for you the official statement by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Volker Turk. Today, as we mark Human Rights Day, I want to focus on what our rights mean. Human rights are about people. They are about you and your life, your needs and wants and fears, your hopes for the present and the future. A safe home, food and clean water, healthcare, education, decent work and a livable minimum wage, to live in peace, to be free to express your opinion. These are your human rights. They are about who you are and how we live. They are the legal commitments all states have made to serve their people. They are not abstract ideas or ideology up for debate at an elite club. Human rights are for the single mother with 3 jobs putting her children through school. They are for the child crying for help, buried under the rubble of his home. They are for the poet imprisoned for a verse that criticized the authorities. For the pensioner with a disability in wartime, trapped in her apartment for months without end. They are for communities living on land poisoned by chemicals. They are for young people who can't afford a home and for workers left behind by globalization. They give a voice and opportunities to the excluded and forgotten. They are for each and every one of you who feels vulnerable, angry, confused, afraid, disenfranchised, and is seeking better. Human rights don't belong to any political party or to any region of the world. They belong to all of us, to every one of you. Today, there are those who are trying to discredit and discard human rights, throwing glitters in our eyes as they redefine and undermine our fundamental freedom. This is the politics of distraction, and I understand why. Human rights are simple, powerful ideas that motivate people to stand up for themselves. So they pose a threat to autocrats, populists, and authoritarians of all kinds. Previous generations fought and even died for human rights. The right to vote, the right to protest, the right to work and to equal pay for women, the right to be seen, heard, and counted. Our forebears took to the streets, to parliament, and to courts to fight against colonialism and apartheid, discrimination, inequality, slavery, and racism. They built the international human rights system, bringing real improvement to the lives of the people around the world. Our humanity is robust. When faced with the greatest obstacles, people transcend their differences and overcome. Today, at another precarious moment for our world, many of you are doing the same on climate action, on women's rights, and on peace. The full promise of human rights is still to be fulfilled. The evidence is everywhere. So, I urge you to stay the course, mobilize, use your voices and votes. Reach out and connect to build strong social movements that stand up for your rights and those of future generations. Call on your leaders to work for equality, justice, peace, and all your human rights. On Human Rights Day and every day, I stand with you to uphold the human rights of everyone, everywhere. This is the end of the statement by the High Commissioner. Today, we're celebrating Human Rights Day, but Thursday we'll also be celebrating the 60th years of Kenya's independence. Let us be reminded that human rights are intrinsically linked to the history of Kenya. Let us continue to all work together for the full realization of the rights of all Kenyans. Thank you.
Anybody who works in Kenya knows that Kenyans appreciate people who speak to them better than that. Please, can we do better? I hope that you understood the call. Call on your leaders to work for equality, justice, and peace. Mobilize and take action. I hope you listened to the call very carefully. Because if you do not mobilize, and if you don't speak up, and if you don't take action, the reality of human rights will remain distant. And we have been told that equality, justice, and peace are really at the foundation of a human rights country and a human rights regime and a culture of human rights. So thank you very much, Mamushka, for the representation and the great, powerful address as we mark the International Human Rights Day. Before I invite our chief guest, I want to recognize in just a minute of all the high commissions and the embassies that have sent representatives to the marking the event today. We have the Embassy of Algeria. Embassy of Algeria, give them a big hand, please. The Austrian Embassy in Kenya, the Austrian, give them a big hand, please. The Embassy of the Republic of Azerbaijan, please let's give them a big hand. The Embassy of the Democratic Republic of Congo, let's give them a big hand. The Embassy of the Islamic Republic of Iran, let's give them a big hand. The Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands, let's give them a big hand. The Embassy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, let's give them a big hand. The Embassy of the Republic of Yemen, let's give them a big hand. The British High Commission in Nairobi, let's give them a big hand. The Embassy of France in Kenya, let's give them a big hand. Am I repeating the Embassy of Netherlands? Yes, we had already acknowledged them. If there is a High Commission or Embassy that I did not mention, Samson, please let me have the name. We are also represented by 12 institutions, governmental institutions and commissions. With us today, we have the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Let's salute them, please. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, let's acknowledge them. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations, let's acknowledge them. DCI, I hope you have heard that your clap was not strong. Don't worry. When they come close to us, they get to know the feedback. They get to know the feedback from the people. Then we have the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA. Very good. Then we have the National Gender and Equality Commission. Please, let's appreciate them. Then we have the Commission on Administrative Justice, CIJ. CIJ, let's appreciate them. I was told that Mr. John Kamau was here to represent the Inspector General of Police. Did he make it, Mr. John Kamau? He's right here. Let's appreciate the Inspector General's office. Thank you very much. When they come close, they get the feedback. That's very important. That's what Irungu told us. Then, Finally, we have the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, who are our co-hosts, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Commissioner, you are taking the feedback. Thank you. Don't be intimidated. Don't be intimidated. We are with you. We are with you. Thank you very much. May I know from Samson if we have now representation from the Attorney General's office? Samson, do we know that? They have not come. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now allow me kindly. I did not summarize Irungu's remarks because they were very clear. It was a call to action. It was an update report, which was very powerful. And that's why I did not go into detail. Now, allow me at this stage to invite our commissioner to speak for the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, and we are going to be represented here and addressed by Commissioner Sarah Bonaya. Commissioner, welcome, please. You can do better, you can do better, you can do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll ride on the protocol that has already been set. And I'm representing my chair, Roslyn Odede, who is not able to be with us today, but she wishes us well. As the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, fellow Kenyans, it's with utmost honor and pleasure that to be part of this momentous occasion on celebration of Human Rights Day, a yearly event celebrated to mark the coming into force of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. The theme of this year's celebration is Our Rights, Our Future, Right Now. It's significant because it denotes the importance of protecting rights not just now, but also into the future. This day is important to our nation and also globally, as it serves to reaffirm the importance and the need to promote and protect human rights at all times. Human rights provide foundation under which all basic needs are met. These include access to healthcare, food and water, proper sanitation, clothing, shelter, among others. The provision of this basic need ensures that every human being enjoys the rights and dignity to a dignified living. The human rights provide a universal standard that holds everyone to account. State actors usually have a higher threshold for accountability. And I think that's why when you mention government agencies, the accountability is actually with us, the government agencies. It's bigger. Due to their various acts of omission and omission. This is because the state is the primary duty bearers on promotion and protection of human rights. Over the years, Kenya has made commendable strides in advancing human rights, particularly to the marginalized and vulnerable groups, including people living with disabilities, women, the elderly, the refugees, the indigenous communities, and children, among others. I applaud the solidarity demonstrated during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence in Kenya, especially the call against unprecedented surge in femicide cases in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya boasts a robust constitution. The Bill of Rights under Chapter 4 is arguably one of the most progressive in the world, with a broad range of civil, political rights, economic, socio-economic, cultural rights, and group rights for vulnerable and marginalized groups being expressly affirmed. The Kenya National Commission has played a key role in advocating for enabling laws and policies to operationalize the rights and fundamental freedoms exposed in the Constitution. In particular, progressive laws have been enacted on key human rights and fundamental freedom, such as freedom from torture, rights of persons detained, access to information, data protection, freedom of media, and freedom of association, among others. The enactment of these laws has a bearing on better promotion and protection of human rights for the local population, and thus brings the Universal Declaration on Human Rights closer home. As the world celebrates the 77 years after the coming into force of the UDHR, we as a commission take pride in the major strides we have made, both in working as an institution and in working with other partners, such as both state and non-state actors. The focus is moving the country towards a human rights, culture, and state. The notable achievement in moving the country towards the human rights, culture, and state include, among others, countrywide sensitization of members of the public on their rights and obligations, enhancing the capacity of public officers, both at the national and county levels, as human rights-based approach. Training has also been done to the law enforcement officers, human rights defenders, and county officials, among others, on various human rights topical issues, including migrant rights, rights of people with disabilities, and preventions of torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. There has been public fora engagement as key human rights issues on migration and human rights, documentation of human rights violation, and intersex rights, among others. We are not, ladies and gentlemen, we are not there yet as a country. More need to be done to safeguard the enjoyment of human rights in line with the theme of the day, our rights, our future, right now. We still lag behind in accountability of violations such as extrajudicial killings, which were on high this year. We have newly introduced healthcare system that is denying many access in healthcare. Vulnerable groups, including those with chronic illnesses, the indigenous and the marginalized communities, are the hardest hit. With the disruption in access to life-saving treatments such as dialysis, cancer therapies, and maternal health care. The KNCR urges the government, healthcare providers, and the stakeholders to act swiftly and decisively to address the challenges highlighted in a way that prioritizes equity, inclusivity, efficiency, and to ensure that no one is left behind in the pursuit of healthcare for all. We have seen the confusion and disarray in the implementation of the competence-based curriculum, CBC, in education, where the government has been lagging in providing adequate resources to establish the stages of progression. Our children are crying for their right to quality education that can never be postponed, as long as the uncertainty still looms for grade 9 students coming January 2026. Finally, the gathering here today is not just a commemoration, but a call for each of us to take up our noble and utilize our different positions to ensure Kenya is truly human rights compliant state. Our laws and policies must begin to match our talk. And here we say haki kwa wote kila wakati.
May we appreciate Commissioner better? Thank you very much, Commissioner. And the remarks on behalf of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, that's our house for the championing and protection of human rights in Kenya. Commissioner, we know the difficulties under which you are operating as a commission. We continue to pray for you, but we also continue to engage with the committees of parliament to ensure that the commission is properly facilitated so that it can be able to deliver on its mandate as required by our constitution. I've been informed that amongst us is also represented amongst us is the Embassy of Italy. Let us applaud them, please. The Embassy of Italy. And also the Embassy of Egypt to Kenya. Please, let's appreciate the Embassy of Egypt. With that, now it is my distinguished honor to invite, to address us, our chief guest. This will be the speech to be presented from the United Nations Secretary General, and it will be presented by our UN resident coordinator in Kenya, Dr. Stephen Jackson. Karibu sana, Dr. Jackson.
Friends, it's my honor to read the United Nations Secretary General's statement, or it will be in a few minutes. If you'll forgive me, I want to add a few thoughts of my own before I do. Today, we remind ourselves that human rights are the rock-hard foundation of human dignity, peace, and sustainable development. And yet, as we look around the continent and the globe, everywhere we see human rights under attack. And that's why this year's theme, I think, is Our Rights, Our Future, Right Now. It's a call to action for everyone. Human rights aren't distant ideals, they're urgent demands that need to be met. They need to be realized today if we are to build a just, equitable, and sustainable future. We have to defeat the challenges of oppression, discrimination, inequality. We need to win the ongoing struggle for justice and accountability today, so that our youth and our future generations get to enjoy the Kenya, the Africa, the world we want and need. And so our commitment to human rights is more urgent than ever today. At the same time, we can celebrate some progress made, whether it's in the global advancement of women's rights or the slowly increasing global awareness of climate justice. So one lesson that I know you all know hard won is that change is possible when we act together, as you in this room loudly proved this year in Kenya. Realizing human rights requires collective action from everybody. Governments, as duty bearers, have an ironclad obligation to protect, respect, and fulfill human rights. Civil society, media, and communities are essential partners, amplifying voices, holding institutions accountable, driving change. And each of us in this room and beyond is a rights holder, with the responsibility to defend not only our own rights, but to stand up for the rights of others, especially those in the most vulnerable and marginalized populations. And so we owe, and I owe, a debt of gratitude to the countless human rights defenders who continue to stand up for justice, often at great personal risk. Your courage and resilience inspire us all. Friends, the crucial balance between duty bearers and rights holders came under enormous strain this year in Kenya during the historic wave of Gen Z protests. And we cannot permit the regrettable violence and destruction that progressively took hold later in the protests to take away from what was their original animating spirit. That spirit was and remains one of patriotic engagement on the part of hundreds of thousands of young Kenyans thirsting to shape a future of rights and inclusion for themselves and for their country. And on the part of UN Kenya, we continue to call for full accountability, as I call again today, for all those who lost their lives. And forgive me then if I stray a little bit further from my prepared remarks now, because I feel I have to say something about what went down this morning. As previous speakers have noted, we are at the end of, or almost at the end of, the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And that's a period of huge importance to the United Nations and to all of its 193 member states around the world. This morning, as you know, there was a march in Nairobi against femicide, a deadly phenomenon that has appallingly recurred again in Kenya. Earlier in the 16 days, we launched a report that notes that every 10 minutes, so in the time that it's taken between Commissioner speaking and me speaking, another woman somewhere around this world has been killed. And very often by an intimate partner. Now, with regard to this morning, forgive me again, I have to insert the standard UN caveat here, that I am not yet in possession of the full facts about what happened. But I do know something. I know that my brother and comrade, Irungu Horton of Amnesty International, was arrested for marching against femicide, and that he bears the scratches on his arms to prove it. And I'm morally certain that everyone in this room, and that all right-minded Kenyans, government included, stand against femicide. There's no argument on this. So I find it particularly difficult on this Human Rights Day to fathom what took place this morning. And I want you to know that I have already raised it with very senior levels of government. No reply as yet. So let us renew our commitment today to protect and promote the rights of everyone, leaving no one behind. Together, we can shape a future where human rights are not just ideals, but the reality for all of us. And with that said, let me now do the honor of reading the Human Rights Day statement by the United Nations Secretary General. And I quote, "On this Human Rights Day, we face a harsh truth. Human rights are under assault. Tens of millions of people are mired in poverty, hunger, poor health, and education systems that have not yet fully recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic. Global inequalities are running rampant, conflicts are intensifying, international law is willfully ignored. Authoritarianism is on the march while civic space is shrinking. Hateful rhetoric is fueling discrimination, division, and outright violence. And women's rights continue to be rolled back in law and practice." This year's theme reminds us that human rights are about building the future, right now. All human rights are indivisible, whether economic, social, civic, cultural, or political. When one right is undermined, all rights are undermined. We must stand up for all rights, always, healing divisions and building peace, tackling the scourges of poverty and hunger, ensuring healthcare and education for all, advancing justice and equality for women, girls, and minorities, standing up for democracy, press freedoms, and workers' rights, promoting the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and defending human rights defenders as they carry out their vital work. The recently adopted Pact for the Future reinforced the world's commitment to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. On this important day, let's protect, defend, and uphold all human rights for all people. Asante ni sana.
Can we put our hands together and make a better applause for Dr. Stephen Jackson? Thank you very much. Dr. Jackson, if you listen to Irungu, when he spoke and he gave an update on the report, and the Secretary General has confirmed the same, it looks like things are getting tougher, it is getting rougher, and it is calling for us to stand up firmer and stronger if we are going to stem the tide. The reversals are evident everywhere you look, including in Kenya, of all places. If something like what happened this morning is anything to go by. I was looking for my DJ because I felt like the song Sita Simama Maovu Yakifanya Nini? I don't know where Kelvin is, but he'll come. He'll come. Nikonja sasiwezi karanga oe ae shagala bagala nikosayare kulipa gharama sitasimama maovu yakilala sitasimama maovu yakitawala. We'll continue. Nafsi ukabila raktuza sera ndugu nikufana sitasimama maovu yakitawala sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Thank you very much. Let's give ourselves a good round of applause. I don't want to try and attempt to summarize the remarks by Dr. Stephen Jackson, nor summarize the remarks and address by the UN Secretary General, because they were on point and we have listened to what. Let me just say this, that I'm trying to look for Irungu. Is he still around, or he has gone to get some reprieve? Is he around? Dr. Jackson, I want to inform you that what has happened in Nairobi from last year is that police officers are promoted on the basis of how many meetings they break up and on how many people they arrest. When they saw Irungu Houghton on the street, they said, this is our route to promotion. Because there must be an explanation to the behavior that we are seeing. Because the demonstration was not against government. Are you getting what I'm saying? This was not a demonstration against the government of Kenya. The president had already given out 100 million shillings towards femicide. Except that I don't know where the money was coming from. What I'm saying, please don't miss the message. The message is this, that today the demonstration was not against government. So how do you explain the barbarity, the violence, the tear gas, the rubber bullets, the arrests? You must look for an explanation to this, because nobody was under attack. Nobody was under attack. So it is very, very sickening. Now, I want you to be solemn a bit, because we are going to take the next 5 minutes to listen to we have about 11 survivors and victims of human rights violations. But I want to start with my younger brother, Joshua Okayo. Joshua Okayo is one of the survivors of the abductions that happened here in June and July. Salma told us in the morning that when a survivor comes to give their testimony, you don't guide him how he's going to do it. We have to be present for him, and then after that we will see how to react. Do you want to listen to Okayo? Yes. Joshua, please come.
Someone is calling me Zakayo. My name is Okayo, not Zakayo. Lakini, my name is Zakayo, lakini napinga Zakayo. I mean, my name is Okayo, na napinga Zakayo. Sindio? My name is Okayo, napinga Zakayo. Thank you, Cyprian MC, and thank you to all the guests who've shared with us here. I sat there, I'm so inspired to continue the journey to defend human rights, as I've always done. My name is Joshua Okayo, and I just did my bar exams 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. The last paper I did was on Tuesday, like today. So I have been a student at the Kenya School of Law, and also was privileged to be the president of the Student Governing Council at the Kenya School of Law. And just before, a month or so before, you know, people talk about June 25th, really, but there's so much that led to June 25th. Quite a number of friends reached out, and we were trying to share notes on the finance bill, really. At that point, our eyes were not so open to the many other factors that would follow. Because now, with the success, and I call it success, of our fight against finance bill, we realized that then we can also sort the other issues that we've had before. And that's why the journey to fight for a better Kenya has continued to date. And it's going to continue into the future. Viva! On the 18th of June, I was on the streets at 8 a.m. We came to protest against the punitive finance bill. At around 4 p.m., together with some friends, we were arrested and we were taken to Central Police Station. The Law Society of Kenya came for us. We got out. They bailed us out. On 20th of June, we went back to the streets. Quite a number of people turned up. It did not happen as we wanted, because we wanted to get to Parliament to show the MPs that you are not representing us. We have cried, you're not doing public participation, so we have to get there and make the laws ourselves. On 25th, we went to the streets. And I remember on that day, we wrote a circular at the Kenya School of Law that no class should be attended, no student should be found in class, because we are going to the streets in solidarity with all Kenyans to ensure that we reject the finance bill and it is deleted in its totality. So almost all the students at Kenya School of Law, and of course the University of Nairobi, I can see some of them here, where I came from before I went to the Kenya School of Law, we all came together to support the fight against that punitive bill. On 26th, I received 3 phone calls. I talked to 2, I never talked to 1. They were speaking the same language. Okayo, wherever you are, toka, nikubaya. You are seen in Parliament, and these people are coming for you. The first one I ignored, I was like, kwani, see, we were there on Tuesday, we were there on Thursday. Kwani, is this the only one? Then the next person calls, speaking the same language. I left. Apparently, these guys were waiting for me. I didn't move, even a kilometer from where I live. Someone called me and told me, Okayo, come say hi. Let me speak English for the sake of everyone. Come say hi to your friends from the Kenya School of Law. Quite a number of students from that institution live where I live. So I knew these are comrades. Let me go say hi. Immediately I turned. These guys were already coming at me. They grabbed me into the car. They covered my head using a black sackcloth. And then they pushed me into the car. The car was just coming slowly. They drove off, cuffed my hands, and that was it. So to make the long story short, along the way, so many questions, which I didn't have answers to, because really, for us, we were genuinely going to the streets because we understand. Some of us had read the bill, and we knew that there were provisions in that bill that were violating our civil and economic rights. I stayed for about 48 hours. I didn't know where I was. I was hit. I even had a mouth bite here, somewhere here. Here. I don't like telling this story because every time it reminds me of what I went through for 48 hours. I'm sorry. I have told it so many times thinking that it will get off my head, but every time I tell, every time I remember what happened, every time I stand to tell my story, I remember the room where I was. I could, you could hear echo, but you could not see anything. I could not move. I did not eat anything. I did not take even water. But the last thing they did was to throw me in a river in Maragua, Muranga. When I got up, I found about 30 people, 30 villagers in Muranga just speaking, and everyone speaking their language. That's when I realized I was still alive. So that's what happened. I'm still nursing my left arm. I have done everything to this arm. I went for, ultrasound. I went for MRI. Nothing. It's revealing nothing. But it keeps on, swelling and going back. Sometimes it's numb. Sometimes it's hurting. But those are the scars we have to live with if we choose this path of fighting for human rights. I was also told to speak as a comrade now. This fight for human rights and fight for a better Kenya has not stopped yet. I know the flame has a little bit gone down. It has dimmed a little bit. And people think that there's no longer hope. I can authoritatively tell you that this is just a calm before a storm. Our rights, our future, right now. It did not only affect me as a person. My family did not know where I was for those 2 days. My friends did not know. And for those of us who grew up in the village, when you go missing, they call your friends that you've gone with to the village to confirm. Apparently, those same people did not know where I was. So they're worried. But there's the fear that our voices do not matter. That's why I appreciate the organizers of such events, because we keep the conversation going and we keep reminding our parents who are so fearful because they were intimidated by the past governments. We have to remind them that our voices actually matter and that our rights are not only in the Constitution of Kenya, but even international instruments like the ICCPR and UDHR. So let's continue. Let's keep the fire burning. Let's continue fighting for our rights. And let's continue to be heard, because we must be heard. Our rights, our future, right now. Thank you.
Konjata siezi karanga, uwe hae, shagala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama tawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura, wataki kuuza sera, utugu ni kufana, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala, sitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Una deserve bila kasha makashfa.
Thank you very much. I want Salima to make an announcement before I continue.
More power. More power. Viva, comrades, viva. Viva, comrades, viva. So I just have a small announcement to make. You've realized we've been attending to survivors today, but we are also thinking post today. So please, if you need any psychological help, any psychological intervention, Inuka Kenya, IJM, which is part of the Missing Voices Coalition, is here to offer that help. So you can look for us. We are at a tent at the last, on the left. So we are there to help you. Asanteni.
Thank you, Salima. If you look at the program, we changed the panel. And the reason we changed the panel is because of our 6 panelists. We only had 2 of them coming to be with us today. And one of them is the Director of Programs at the National Gender and Equality Commission, Paul Courier. Paul is still here, is right there. Paul, please come, because I want you to greet us as we leave. As Paul comes, we also have a representative from the Students' Association of Nairobi, UNSA. The chairman, the president, is represented here today by, who is representing the students' president? Who is representing the students' president? Is right there. I'll be mentioning your name. Paul, please come. As Paul comes, we are also joined here today by the Embassy of Ethiopia in Kenya. Embassy of Ethiopia in Kenya. Embassy of Ethiopia in Kenya. And if you permit me, Mamushka, we will request that you recognize all our UN staff who have been at the core of the organizing for today before we give the vote of thanks and leave. So I'll be calling you to do that, and then we'll go. Paul, just greet us, and then I'll invite Mamushka as we conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cyprian, and all protocols observed. Wow, there's no difference between myself seated and standing, so allow me to come closer to yourselves. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to congratulate the Kenya Human Rights Commission, which is our sister commission, for a well-organized event. I've attended nearly all Human Rights Day celebrations. Cyprian, the University of Nairobi venue was not as enthusiastic as this. Congratulations to everyone. The National Gender Equality Commission is a constitutional commission that is mandated to promote gender equality and freedom from discrimination. And as Cyprian said, we were created to defend your rights. Whether we are doing it too well or whichever score you give us, it's the right holders to score us and give us feedback. Thanks so much for inviting us. Thanks so much for making us part of this conversation. We are coming from the 16 days of activism, and every day against gender-based violence, and every day the National Gender Equality Commission is in a space to discuss issues of discrimination and violence against women and girls, as well as boys and men. Thank you so much, Cyprian, for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you very much. for that, Paul. I want to recognize Mary Gishuki. She's one of the other, from Activista, she's the one of the other panelists who was supposed to speak to us today. Please give her a better hand. Thank you very much. And then, more power. And then Ramesh Saxena. Ramesh, please stand so that you are appreciated. The Secretary General at UNSA. Thank you so much, comrade. If you look at your watches, we are at 4 exactly, almost exactly. I was warned very strongly to ensure that we keep time so that we do not offend anybody because people have very tough schedules, but I think we've really tried. Allow me, before the vote of thanks, to welcome our deputy regional representative, Lamushka, to come and I can hold your hand, don't worry. So that on behalf of the UN community, you can be able to recognize, everybody can stand because they have really done a lot of work towards today's success. Please.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I will not, keep you for a long time. So I just wanted to take the opportunity maybe to acknowledge the presence of my predecessor in this role, Ms. Li Fong, who has been the face of OHHR in Kenya for 4 years before me. So just to say thank you for coming to support us today. I also want to thank, from the team of OHHR Kenya, but in particular Vincent. I don't know where he is. He's been working very hard on this, so just to acknowledge, because he's been the one that has been coordinating to everyone. But really, I think that as the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, we are, yes, Vincent, Teddy, the rest of the team, but really, I think that, as the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, this is really our mandate to be here to help duty bearers and right holders to implement human rights obligations. So really the thank you should not go to us, but to all of you who have come here with this idea. No, we were 76 ago, I think a group of member states came together and decided to enshrine these ideals and these values. So very happy to be here today, 76 years later, to help celebrate this and what they mean for people in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tamushka. Even as I invite our brother to come and give us the vote of thanks, I had a long list, as I told you, of survivors who were supposed to share their stories. And just allow me to do a simple thing of mentioning their names. Joseph Waweru spoke to us earlier in the day. Peter Waweru, Achieng Phillips, Joel Bariu Lingera, Jacinta Anyengo. Jacinta, just stand. You are one of wale ambao walikuwa waongee. Msalimie Jacinta kwa hewa. Thank you so much. Michael Ohuma, Joshua Okayo has spoken to us. And Lavani. Lavani, just stand up. We want to just salute you. One of the other comrades who was also abducted. Now, the list of organizations, social justice centers, social movements, human rights groups present here today is very long, and we've generated the list of attendance out there. I want us to really appreciate all of them, and that will be done by the vote of thanks that is coming from our brother Samson Omondi from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Samson, please welcome. Please join me in welcoming Samson to give us the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Cyprian. So, good afternoon, colleagues. I think at the Commission, we pride ourselves in saying that 10th is our day as an institution. And we never shy in making it a success. But this success is only possible because of the several hands that we join to make this happen. I want to thank everybody that has made this a success. I think ever since OHCHR came into Kenya, we've had a yearly event. And OHCHR has been extremely supportive. We hope to continue doing this from time again and again. I think the various embassies that are present, we greatly value your support, not just in supporting International Human Rights Day, but supporting the entire human rights work in Kenya. It is important, and it makes our heads high. We want to thank the entire diplomatic community that were useful in putting this together, and we hope that time and again you will not only support events, but support entire programs that are run not just by the Commission, but other human rights agencies. Social justice centers, you guys do an amazing job, and this is never possible without you. It is a day that we share with you. Your courage, your determination, your resilience makes this possible. We have a crop of human rights defenders that are fearless. We have a crop of human rights defenders that are so determined. We celebrate you, and we thank you for joining us, or not just on this day, but even in other aspects that we do the work of promotion and protection of human rights. My colleagues at the Commission, led by our Commissioner, I salute you. You've made this possible, and I remain greatly, greatly indebted to you. Colleagues from Missing Voices Coalition, you've done a good work, planning and talking and discussing and making this happen. Has never been easy, but we've made it possible, and I think today we leave here very proud. And everyone that has attended this event, we are all heroes, and your space on promotion and protection of human rights will always be reserved. May we always ensure that we all stand up for what is right, because what we do today will determine what happens in the future when it comes to promotion and protection of human rights. Asanteni sana, and I'm wishing you a good evening. Thank you.
May we rise, we do the first anthem of the national anthem. The first stanza of the national. Okay, you win. Where is Salima? Salima, so that we don't fail again. Alaman, are you ready?
Thank you so much for making this day a success. It's never